Chapter 91. Dalai, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyang could not help but ask. Brother Xiaoyang, you finally came out. The clan grand competition is about to begin. If you don't show up, you will definitely be mocked. Xiao Dalai hurriedly replied. However, he was worried about Xiaoyang's safety and continued. Brother Xiaoyang, actually I hope that you don't go. That Xiao Chun is so powerful. I am afraid that you will be at a disadvantage. I am conflicted about whether I should let you go or not. Xiaoyang laughed involuntarily and said calmly, Let's go, there is no harm in going to take a look. Let them laugh, it is not a big deal. It is not the first time I have been mocked. A cold intent flashed in his eyes. You laugh now, but you will be crying later. Humph. Training Plaza. Patriarch Xiao Wangu stood up. The pressure of a 9th-grade martial master enveloped the entire plaza, causing everyone to be silent. Everyone, since Xiaoyang is not coming, then this old man will announce that Xiao Qin is the champion of this clan grand competition. Do you have any objections? Of course, the clan grand competition is fair and just. If anyone has the guts to come up and challenge him, they are allowed to do so. Those who agreed immediately added flowers to the brocade. That is how it should be. Xiao Chen is unparalleled under the heavens and is a hero. He deserves to be the champion. Xiao Chen is so young. Not only does he have a shocking cultivation, but he also subdues others with his virtue. Who would dare to compete with him? Many people who were unwilling were helpless. Even if they did not want Xiao Chen to be the champion, they did not have the strength to challenge him. They could only watch. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan laughed heartily. His expression was spirited. The more he heard the compliments of others, the happier he felt. He stood up again and slowly said, All right, then this old man announces that the champion of this year's clan's tournament has appeared. It's Xiao. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to continue, he was interrupted. Everyone was guessing who this person was. He was actually so rude that he even dared to interrupt the patriarch. Looking over, they saw a person flying over from afar and landing on stage one. It was Xiaoyang. Damn, it is Xiaoyang. Is he not afraid of death? Is he here to die? He really dared to come. Xiaoyang's appearance surprised many of the audience, and they cried out in surprise. If it were anyone else, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan would definitely reprimand them. However, the person who came was Xiaoyang. There was no need for him to reprimand him. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for Xiao Qin to make a move? There was no need for him to question and scold him. Xiaoyang pointed at an incense stick in the incense burner and said in a clear voice, The incense hasn't finished burning yet. Why are you in such a hurry to be first? Announcing it now, are you afraid of losing? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and looked straight at Xiaoyang. He mocked. Xiaoyang, to think that you dare to boast like this. What a joke. I was afraid that you would be a coward and not dare to come. Well, since I'm here, I'll let you see how powerful I am. I let you escape last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan sneered and announced, The challenge begins immediately. There is no need to wait for the signal. Outside the arena, Lin Shanshan mocked, Xiaoyang, this battle will prove that my choice was not wrong. It will also prove that everything I do is meaningful. She had been trying her best to prove herself. As long as Xiaoyang failed, then she could take it for granted that everything she did was right, including wanting to poison someone to death. Xiaoyang revealed a mocking expression and sneered, What a joke! A venomous woman with a heart as poisonous as a snake and scorpion. If wanting to kill someone is right, then what is wrong? Humph, Xiao Chen, kill him for me. Lin Shanshan angrily scolded. Yes, there was a huge stain on her record when dealing with Xiaoyang. However, as long as she killed Xiaoyang, then this stain would not exist. At least, that was what she thought. That's enough. Xiaoyang, I'll let you make the first move. I'm afraid that once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to defend. Xiao Qin crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Yang coldly with disdain in his eyes. Xiao Yang laughed softly and said indifferently, "No need. Please, show me your greatest strength. Don't let me look down on you. You are courting death. Eat my saber. Saber breaks heaven and earth." Xiao Qin snorted coldly. He wanted to end the battle quickly, so there was no need for him to be polite with Xiao Yang. Previously, when he dealt with Xiao Yang in the auction hall, he used this martial technique. This time he used the same martial technique as well. However, this time he was clearly much more proficient in it. Its might had also increased. How could such a weak ant block his attack? He could just kill it with a single slash and call it a day. The Earth-grade magic treasure tyrant saber sent out a saber light that was 10 feet long. It instantly enveloped Xiao Yang. This was the full power of a martial master. Even an ordinary martial master would have to retreat 3 feet. What more Xiao Yang, who had yet to become a martial master? What a ferocious saber! What a tyrannical saber technique! This Earth-grade magic treasure is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid Xiao Yang will not be able to block it. Many people looked at the 10 feet long saber light in front of them, and their eyes revealed astonishment. Even they feared it. What more Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang laughed coldly and mocked. You still want to use this move to deal with me? What a joke! Universe mirror, reverse for me. Xiao Qin beckoned with one hand, and the universe mirror immediately appeared in his hand. As he frantically poured his cultivation into it, the Earth-grade magic treasure universe mirror immediately expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became 10 feet long. The incomparably horrifying saber light struck the surface of the mirror. However, there was no sound. The saber light did not collapse, and the mirror did not collapse either. Following that, an uproar occurred. The 10 feet long saber light that was originally heading towards Xiao Yang actually rebounded in an instant. It turned around and slashed toward Xiao Qin. Its might did not decrease, but instead increased. This was too inconceivable. What magic treasure is this? It can actually reverse the full power attack of a martial master? Heavens! That is the Earth-grade magic treasure universe mirror. Good heavens! This magic treasure is not inferior to the Earth-grade magic treasure tyrant saber. There will be a good show to watch this time. Rumble! The 10 feet long saber light instantly enveloped Xiao Qin and swallowed him up. A loud sound came from the arena, and dust rose up. Xiao Qin, Lin Shanshan, and clan head Xiao Wanyan shouted out worriedly. This reversal was too sudden. They were not prepared to accept it. Even Xiao Qin was the same. This Xiao Yang had hidden his strength too deeply. He actually had a magic treasure like the universe mirror. I am fine, there is no need to worry. I was just trying to see what trump cards he had. When the thick dust settled, Xiao Chen's figure appeared before the crowd once again. His body was not tainted by a speck of dust, and he still had an extraordinary aura. It was as though the saber light from earlier was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The many spectators below the arena were in an uproar as they exclaimed and discussed. Xiao Chen had only just made his move, but it had already exceeded their expectations. They all thought that there was nothing to see in this duel. Xiao Yang would definitely be crushed. However, they did not expect that Xiao Yang would be able to counterattack so strongly the moment he entered the arena. Chapter 92. Xiao Yang could be considered to be in the limelight. Even though he was not even a martial master, he was not at a disadvantage in the first round of battle with Xiao Qin. This was something that no one dared to imagine. The heaven and earth mirror in his hand was also not an ordinary item. It was also one of the topics of the audience. However, Xiao Qin was not weak either. He was actually fine after taking a full blow from a martial master's saber-breaking heaven and earth. His defense was very strong. If it were them, they might not necessarily be able to do it. Xiao Yang, is this all your trump card? The heaven and earth mirror? Xiao Qin laughed disdainfully. Earlier, He had only used 80% of his cultivation. He had not even used his full strength. If Xiaoyang was only relying on the heaven and earth mirror, then it would be too disappointing. All right, Xiao Chen really didn't have much hope for this duel. Your improvement is not bad. However, if this is all you have, then you should just die. Xiao Chen's expression changed, becoming cold and cruel. He raised his right hand and held the tyrant's saber tightly. He immediately slashed out. Saber River, burial of human souls. This was the second killing move. Following the execution of this saber technique, a huge river condensed in the air. The river water surged endlessly as it rushed toward Xiaoyang. Another profound, grade martial technique. Powerful. This martial technique is clearly several times more powerful than the saber-breaking heaven and earth. It's over. Xiaoyang is not even a martial master. How can he block it? Xiaoyang laughed coldly. Ah, his eyes revealed contempt as he muttered. It's only SOO. Let me show you what a martial technique is, the pinnacle of the firmament palm. He was practicing the firmament palm. Every move was very serious. His expression was also very serious. It was as if he was doing something solemn. Everyone burst into laughter. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Facing a martial master, an earth-grade tyrant saber, and a profound grade martial technique. You're actually using the Xiao family's basic martial technique, firmament palm? Haha, is he crazy? Even the clan leader and the two elders were mocking him. As they continued to watch, their smiles stiffened. Even the smiles of all the spectators stiffened, and their expressions became sluggish. Only third elder Xiao Wangu's eyes shone brightly as he praised in his heart. As Xiaoyang practiced the firmament palm, he went from beginner to small success, to great success, to expert, and finally to the pinnacle level. The terrifying aura emitted from his body made even the patriarch and the three elders tremble. Numerous mountain peaks condensed in the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to them. Each mountain peak was about 10 feet tall. Their entire bodies were flowing with a jade-green light, emitting the aura of a martial master. The structure of these mountains was extremely similar. They were all in the shape of a 5-fingered palm. Although the power of a single mountain peak was only at the level of a martial master, they were superior in numbers. They were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and terrifying. How could this be such a low-grade martial skill? With this terrifying aura, it could definitely be classified as a high-grade profound level martial skill. There were a total of 5 levels of proficiency in martial skills. In the Xiao family, no one was able to practice the firmament palm to the pinnacle level. Even the patriarch Xiao Wanyan was unable to do so. Thus, the might of the firmament palm that they saw was only half of its power. Thus, they judged that the firmament palm was only a yellow-ranked martial skill. In fact, they were all wrong. Go. As Xiaoyang practiced the firmament palm to the pinnacle, he pointed at Xiao Chen with one hand. The terrifying mountain peaks carried an astonishing might as they instantly crashed into Xiao Chen. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions reverberated in the air. This continuous explosion was like a thunderclap bomb, unceasingly exploding. The explosion lasted for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea. More than half of the arena had already collapsed, and a huge crater had appeared in the ground from the explosion. Xiao Chen's martial skill was completely broken. Facing the bombardment of the numerous mountain peaks, he angrily waved the tyrant saber in his hand, releasing terrifying saber lights, one after another. Each of the 10 zhang saber lights would shatter a mountain peak. However, as time passed, his speed became slower and slower. He also became weaker and weaker. His face was pale, his physical strength was exhausted, and his cultivation was severely depleted. In the end, he was powerless to brandish the saber lights. He could only watch as the mountain peaks crashed into his body and exploded. My son! Xiao Chen! Two hoarse voices shouted out. The patriarch, Xiao Wanyan, no longer cared about the fairness of the competition. He directly unleashed his cultivation and rushed to the arena. With a wave of his hand, he directly unleashed the powerful cultivation of a ninth-ranked martial warrior. He shattered all the mountain peaks, and then fished out Xiao Qin from the crater. At this moment, Xiao Qin was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The clothes on his body were not intact and were tattered everywhere. He looked like a beggar. His entire body was limp, as if he did not have any strength left. The tyrant's saber in his hand fell to the ground. It was dim and there were several cracks on it. It was already on the verge of being scrapped. Wah! Thousands of spectators were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. It turned out that the firmament palm that they had always looked down on was actually so powerful. It was comparable to a high-grade, profound level martial skill. It turned out that Xiao Yang was not as useless as the rumors said. His terrifying combat strength had once again crushed Xiao Qin. The outcome of this duel was beyond their imagination. Based on the current situation, Xiao Yang was the winner. One must know that this was a story of a martial warrior defeating a martial master. It was simply unprecedented. Xiao Yang, if Xiao Qin dies, I will bury you with him. The patriarch, Xiao Wanyan, shouted shamelessly. He did not even care about the basic fairness. Furthermore, he did it in front of so many people. How dare you? Xiao Wanyan, you have been promoted to the patriarch. Not only did you not handle things impartially, you even broke the rules. You used your status as the patriarch to bully my son. This is intolerable. Do you think I don't exist? The third battle elder, Xiao Wangu, shouted and flew up. He landed in front of Xiao Yang and stared coldly at Xiao Wanyan. This conflict between two juniors had developed into a conflict between the upper echelons of the Xiao family. This was unexpected. The first elder said with a cold face, Lord Patriarch, please have some self-respect. The second elder also said, how can a patriarch be so shameless? How can you lead our Xiao family? Many of the Xiao family spectators also criticized and questioned. Back then, he was the one who set the rules. Now, he was the one who broke the rules. If he played with the rules like this, what was the point of having rules? How could a patriarch be any more shameless? Many of the Xiao family members did not think highly of Xiao Wanyan. They even hated Xiao Qin. Losers would often be despised and disliked by others. As for the representatives of the Wang clan and Lin clan, they were smiling playfully. Chapter 93. To them, the more chaotic the Xiao family was, the more beneficial it was for them. They could not wait for the Xiao family to start a civil war and damage their own strength. Lin Shanshan had a complicated expression on her face. She was dispirited, as if she had suffered a mental blow. She could not accept such an outcome. She did not have the status and reputation she wanted. Instead, she was ruined by Xiao Yang. She could have obtained it, but she thought she was smart and destroyed it. She regretted it very much. When she looked at Xiao Qin again, her eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. She only wanted to follow the strong and pursue fame, status, and power. This Xiao Qin was actually so useless. She regretted choosing the wrong person. If she had chosen Xiao Yang, if she had not betrayed Xiao Yang, how good would it have been? Lin Shanshan was filled with self-pity. Tears streamed down her face because she had also lost. She had lost to Xiao Yang. Whether it was emotional or moral, she had lost in all aspects. Put me down, I can still fight. Xiao Chun struggled from Xiao Wanyan's hands. His face was pale as he barely stood on the ground. He lifted the hair covering his forehead and coldly stared at Xiao Yang with red eyes. Xiao Yang, I admit that you have improved very quickly, but that is all. Do you think you have won? Do you think this is the end? Xiao Qin forced a smile. Then he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. A terrifying aura of cultivation suddenly erupted from his body. Many people who were familiar with him immediately shouted out, "Heavens, that is a second-grade martial master. Did he just break through?" No, he broke the seal. Many people were stunned and went into an uproar. Broke the seal? What does this mean? This means that he has already stepped into the second stage martial master realm, but he has sealed his cultivation. My God, this person's character is too tenacious. Others can't wait to reach a higher cultivation level, but he's suppressing his own cultivation level. What do you know? The path of a cultivator is extremely difficult. As long as one has a solid foundation, they can go further. I think Xiao Chun will definitely be a dragon or phoenix among men in the future. This time, no matter how outstanding Xiaoyang is, he will definitely be finished. He is not even a martial master, yet he is up against a rank 2 martial master. Xiao Qin slowly got up. After breaking the seal, his condition had once again reached the peak. He was even more refined than before. This was the benefit of being in the sealed realm. Only by going through some polishing would he be able to unleash his full potential. Xiaoyang, thank you for your training. In order to thank you, I will kill you with my sword so that you won't have to suffer. Xiao Qin said coldly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He really did not expect Xiaoyang to be so tyrannical. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Even he, a rank 1 martial master, was not a match for him. However, his true cultivation was only at rank 2 martial master. In the face of absolute strength, everything was just a paper tiger. He regained his confidence and believed that he could control everything. When Lin Shanshan saw the change in Xiao Qin, she was overjoyed. It was as if hope was rekindled in her heart. The person she chose was Xiao Qin. As long as Xiao Qin won, then everything she did would be worth it. Honor, status, and status would all belong to her. Xiaoyang, it's too early for you to be happy. Prepare to die. Lin Shanshan ferociously roared at Xiaoyang. Her words were vicious and did not seem like they came from the mouth of an elegant and dignified woman. She rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. She also believed that Xiao Chen would be able to defeat Xiaoyang. In any case, she was also a rank 8 martial warrior. How could she not understand the terror of a rank 2 martial master? The spectators started to have second thoughts. They did not expect that this duel would have so many twists and turns. It was not over yet. Often, the ending would be reversed. He was tormenting their hearts, making them feel uneasy. Now, they were unable to completely judge. Some were optimistic about Xiao Qin, while others were optimistic about Xiaoyang. A few of the Wang clan's representatives commented, "Xiao family is really amazing. They actually managed to cultivate 2 outstanding disciples. Fortunately, these 2 outstanding disciples will not rest until one of them is dead. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Xiaoyang frowned as he looked at the other party with a grave expression. If he were to fight across ranks, it would be fine if he were to lose by 1 rank. However, if he were to lose by 2 ranks, it would be a little difficult. However, no matter what, he could not be a coward. At worst, he would just summon Flamingo and beat him up. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang calmed down a lot. "Boss, you can do it. Boss, you can do it. Beat him up." Below the stage, Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Dalai, Xiao Qinggong, and the others were cheering for Xiaoyang. They had seen everything that had just happened. They were also worried for Xiaoyang and felt happy for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's gaze swept over and quickly noticed them. He smiled and nodded his head, indicating that he was fine and that he was confident. This greatly encouraged Xiao Pai and the others. From what they knew, Xiaoyang was a very awesome existence. He had created miracles time and time again. This time would definitely not be an exception. Following his gaze, he also saw Xiao Donglai with a bitter expression. Xiao Donglai was originally the manager of the auction hall. After being defeated by Xiaoyang, he had always wanted to get back at him. He even said that he would wipe away his shame in the clan competition. But now that he saw how awesome and terrifying Xiaoyang was, he could only feel bitterness in his heart. He knew that he no longer had any hope in this life. The words he said before were like a slap to his face. It was very humiliating. He was not a courageous person. Even though he knew that his opponent was much stronger than him, he would not foolishly throw his life away. At least, from this point of view, he admired Xiaoyang. At least Xiaoyang dared to face Xiao Qin, who was stronger than him. On the other hand, he did not dare to face Xiaoyang, who was stronger than him. Following Xiaoyang's gaze, he also saw Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. These two were originally lovers and had a very good relationship. However, after the incident at the back of the mountain, their relationship had broken down. Even now it had not improved. They had never given up on teaching Xiaoyang a lesson after increasing their cultivation. They had worked hard for this, because among the younger generation of the various clans, they were also outstanding characters and could be considered as geniuses. They were not willing to be extorted and humiliated by Xiaoyang before. However, even though they had increased their cultivation by one level, they found that the distance between them and Xiaoyang was getting farther and farther. Facing the current terrifying Xiaoyang, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. They could not think of teaching him a lesson. That's right, there was no need for them to make a move. Just by looking at the battle between Xiaoyang and Xiao Qin, Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Donglai were willing to admit defeat. Xiaoyang retracted his gaze and once again looked at Xiao Qin. "Xiao Qin, make your move," he said indifferently. Now he also wanted to test the power of a second-ranked warrior. "Good. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish." Xiao Qin coldly snorted as he released the tyrannical power of a second-ranked martial master. He coldly stared at Xiaoyang. With a shout, he immediately rushed toward Xiaoyang to attack. Chapter 94. He did not intend to use any martial skills or magic treasures. He only intended to use his fists to beat Xiaoyang to the ground. This would bring him great pleasure. Xiaoyang was not afraid of him at all. He snorted and also rushed up. He displayed his rank 9 martial warrior cultivation to the extreme and continued to exchange blows with his opponent. At the beginning, they were barely on par. However, as they continued to exchange blows, Xiaoyang began to feel the pressure. Ever since his opponent broke the seal, regardless of whether it was his movement technique, speed, or comprehension of his fists, they all improved greatly. The reason why Xiaoyang could barely maintain his undefeated state was because he had enough combat experience. Just this alone was not enough to withstand his opponent's fierce attacks. Bang! The two of them exchanged blows, and a dull sound echoed in the air. Xiaoyang was directly sent flying and landed on the other side of the stage. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Although he had a lot of combat experience, his true cultivation was 2 levels lower than his opponent. Of course, he was not his opponent. On the other hand, Xiao Qin stood in place with a complacent expression. He stared at Xiaoyang with a mocking gaze. He clenched his fist and placed it near his mouth. He gently blew on it, trying to blow away the dust on it. His attitude was frivolous, and his expression was filled with arrogance. "Xiaoyang, I used 90% of my strength just now. You can't hold on anymore. You better hold on a little longer. I haven't played enough yet." Xiao Qin sneered again and again. Previously, he was bullied by Xiaoyang to the point where he could not even raise his head. This time, it was finally his turn to hold his head high. He also wanted to beat his opponent until he could not raise his head. He sneered again and slowly walked over to Xiaoyang. Since Xiaoyang did not dare to rush up, then he would walk up to him. Second stage martial master. As expected, the current me is not able to contend against you. However, Xiao Qin, do you think you can win? Ridiculous. Xiaoyang's mouth curled up and he sneered. His eyes were filled with contempt. He raised his hand and took out the profound, grade poison pill. He had just finished refining this profound, grade poison pill not long ago. because he was in a rush to participate in the grand competition. He didn't have time to eat it. Now that he had been forced to this extent, if he wanted to defeat Xiao Qin, he could only eat. Xiao Yang raised his head and swallowed it. The intense poison spread throughout his body. He hurriedly circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and stimulated his poison veins to quickly refine the poison and convert it all into cultivation. In just 2 breaths of time, he successfully completed the promotion from Martial Warrior Rank 9 to Martial Master Realm. Xiao Yang, eat my fist. It was also at this moment that Xiao Qin did not care so much. He rushed forward and threw a punch. Right now, he wanted to borrow the power of his cultivation to completely crush Xiao Yang. All right, I'll take your punch. Xiao Yang coldly snorted. He raised his hands, clenched them into fists, and suddenly punched out. Boom! Xiao Qin flew back more than 30 meters. When his feet touched the ground, he staggered back, nearly losing his footing. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes revealed disbelief. How is this possible? His first punch had clearly sent his opponent flying. How did his opponent's punch become so fierce and overbearing? He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone present was once again stunned. They looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, not knowing what had happened. Xiao Wangu, who had been frowning and had a face full of worry, could not help but have his eyes light up. His expression was filled with excitement. He excitedly muttered. He actually broke through to Martial Master. This is great. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, when he saw Xiao Qin break through to 2nd grade Martial Master and saw Xiao Yang being sent flying by Xiao Qin's punch, his heart was filled with discomfort and worry. Now, he could finally see some hope again. My son is a good man. I'm proud of you. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, at least with his identity as a martial master and alchemist, he could obtain immunity from the family. He could also do whatever he wanted in the Xiao family. Young master is awesome. Xiao Man is cheering for you. When Xiao Man, who was standing beside Xiao Wangu, heard this, her face was filled with joy. She raised her fist at Xiao Yang. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan, the first elder, and the second elder were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This Xiao Yang was actually able to break through to Martial Master in the midst of a fierce battle. This was too rare. Even they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Shanshan pursed her lips and looked at Xiao Yang unwillingly. When Xiao Qin broke through to 2nd grade Martial Master, she originally thought that everything was over. Especially after Xiao Yang was sent flying, she was 100% sure. However, now that she saw that Xiao Yang had actually broken through to Martial Master, her heart was filled with hatred. This damned cockroach, his vitality was actually so tenacious. Good job, boss. You can do it. Xiao Dalai, Xiao Pai, and the others all cheered. Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Donglai, and the others all had bitter expressions. They knew that they could not catch up to Xiao Yang's footsteps. However, Xiao Yang's improvement was too fast. He had actually become a martial master. Especially his combat strength, it was completely comparable to a 2nd grade martial master. Many of the spectators were afraid that things would not turn chaotic. They all cheered, causing the atmosphere to rise to another level. The Wang family representatives' faces were even gloomier. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they hurriedly sent this news back to the family. If these 2 geniuses completely matured, then the Wang family would have nothing to do with them in the future. They had to pay any price to strangle these 2 geniuses in the cradle. In the arena, Xiao Yang slowly stood up and said mockingly, Xiao Qin, how is it? Does it feel good? Didn't you think you had me in the bag? Come. Let's spar again. He was complacent and pleased with himself. His expression was also much more relaxed. With his cultivation as a martial master, he was completely confident that he would not be defeated. Bastard, Xiao Yang, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you broke through to martial master? Let me tell you, Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Xiao Chen was simply furious. His face was filled with shame and anger. When he entered the arena, his cultivation and equipment were much better than his opponent's. In the end, he was ruthlessly humiliated by his opponent. He had finally managed to raise his cultivation with great difficulty. Just when he thought that he could hold his head high and glorify his ancestors, his opponent turned the tables on him. Why couldn't he kill this troublesome cockroach? In his anger, he frantically brandished his fists and used his killing moves to kill Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang broke through to martial master, he had recovered to his peak state, adding his rich combat experience and his improved movement and speed. Xiao Chen was unable to do anything to Xiaoyang. This caused Xiao Qin to fly into a rage. He became more and more anxious. His punches did not follow the pattern of his palm techniques. He only focused on waving his fists in the direction of great killing power. He was like a rash bear, randomly charging around with Xiaoyang. Anyone could see that his heart was in a mess. Chapter 95. He didn't want to waste the effort he had put in for so long. From colluding with Lin Shanshan to using Li Shanshan to cause Xiaoyang's cultivation to drop, and then using poison to kill Xiaoyang, he had sacrificed too much. It was all for the sake of defeating Xiaoyang and obtaining first place in the clan so that he could prove himself and fight for Xiao Wanyan's honor. However, why was it that even though he had worked so hard, he still couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang? Could it be that this was fate? Since Xiao Chen was born, why was Xiaoyang born? He was shouting and roaring in his heart. This Xiaoyang was like his nemesis. He had always been suppressing him. Moreover, this kind of suppression was omnidirectional and had started since he was young. Even now, under the circumstances where he used Lin Shanshan to frame Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang still formed a huge suppression on him. This kind of stifling feeling was impossible for outsiders to understand. Only he could understand it. Xiao Qin was very angry. His anger overflowed to the heavens. He hated this kind of damned feeling. He wanted to rise. He wanted to defeat Xiaoyang and prove himself. Xiaoyang, die for me. When Xiao Chen waved his fist, he could no longer endure the devastation in his heart. He roared, and his expression became sinister. The aura of his cultivation became chaotic. He felt as if he was going to go berserk. Yes, he had suffered too many blows. The stifling feeling he had suffered was too much. He could no longer endure it. Why couldn't he kill Xiaoyang? As he roared, he used even more strength in his punches and kicks. His fighting strength also increased accordingly. With his ferocity, Xiaoyang's calmness could be seen even more clearly. He was like a cloud, drifting leisurely in the gale. He didn't care about the storm. He was just taking a stroll in the courtyard. Facing many killing moves, he was indifferent. Xiaoyang's movement technique was incomparably graceful. It was also very handsome. It made people feel very beautiful. The rhythm was also very moving. It was as if he wasn't fighting, but dancing to the music. One was violent and irascible, while the other was elegant and graceful. With such a contrast, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were even more obvious. At this point, the thousands of people present could already see the outcome. They even came to the conclusion that Xiao Qin was definitely going to lose. Their mentality was already crumbling. Lin Shanshan looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. At this moment, she felt that Xiaoyang was really beautiful and handsome, especially that movement technique of his. It was too elegant, like a celestial being untainted by the mortal world. On the other hand, Xiao Qin was as irritable as a ferocious beast that had taken medicine. He kept attacking ferociously, no longer paying attention to strategy or palm techniques. He only knew how to use brute force, crude and barbaric. Lin Shanshan was really disappointed. On the rostrum, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he stared at Xiaoyang with an unfriendly expression. He did not expect Xiaoyang to have such an explosive power. Even though Xiao Qin had broken through to the second stage martial master, he was still not his match. This kind of potential enemy was really too terrifying. Even if Xiao Yang did not die this time in the future, he would find a way to strangle Xiao Yang in the cradle. Xiao Wangu's gaze was filled with admiration and excitement. He felt proud of Xiao Yang. As long as Xiao Yang continued to grow, his future achievements would be limitless. He suddenly sensed Xiao Wanyan's time and could not help but frown. He lightly snorted and locked his aura on Xiao Wanyan. If Xiao Wanyan dared to have such intentions, he would drag him down with him even if he had to self-destruct. Yes, Xiao Yang was too outstanding. There were definitely many people who were thinking about him. Not only were there people from his own clan, but there were also people from other clans who were thinking about him. Regarding this, Xiao Wangu could not help but feel a little worried. Geniuses would always be envied by many. Xiao Yang, you damn trash. Why are you hiding? If you have the ability, then fight me fair and square. Come on. No matter how much Xiao Qin erupted, no matter how much he increased his battle prowess, he could not harm Xiao Yang at all. He was already impatient and could not wait to decide the victor between him and Xiao Yang. All right, I've played enough. I'll send you off the stage. Xiao Yang indifferently replied with a cold smile on his face. Thousand poison hands. He suddenly used the high-grade profound level martial skill. Thousand poison hands. Countless palm images, filled with poisonous gas, instantly covered Xiao Qin. This was a tyrannical martial skill. In principle, it was a heaven-level martial skill. However, Xiao Yang's cultivation did not meet the requirements. Thus, even though it was a powerful martial skill, he could only display the might of a high-grade profound level martial skill. However, it did not matter. It was enough to deal with Xiao Qin. Bang! 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 Several palm images bombarded Xiao Qin's body, causing him to continuously retreat as he let out a muffled groan. At this moment, Xiao Yang's body seemed to have grown 1,000 hands, like the 1,000-hand guanyin. It was extremely terrifying. The 1,000 hands continuously lashed at Xiao Qin. The strength of each hand was comparable to that of a second-stage martial master. Xiao Qin was unable to defend himself. After blocking for a while, his body was hit again and again. If it was just pure strength, then it would be fine. The problem was that this martial skill did not rely on strength, but on poison. Xiao Qin could rely on his higher cultivation to withstand the attack, but he was unable to neutralize the poison in his body. As the poison spread through his body, he gradually became weaker. In a moment of desperation, he could only take out an antidote pill and try to neutralize the poison in his body. However, the antidote pill was completely useless. This meant that Xiao Yang's poison was not an ordinary poison. This made it even more terrifying. Although Xiao Qin could still barely hold on, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His injuries were gradually worsening. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and his cultivation was rapidly depleting. He was starting to become weaker in all aspects, especially that damned poison. He was unable to neutralize it. As the poison continued to spread, he felt the threat of death. After persevering until now, his heart could no longer collapse. He was only holding on for the sake of his face, unwilling to compromise. Pooh! 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 Xiao Qin vomited blood again and again as his body staggered back. Finally, one of the poisonous palms hit his chest, and he was sent flying. He landed on the edge of the arena and almost fell off the arena. Once he fell off the stage, he would have lost. Xiao Yang withdrew the 1,000 poisonous hands and returned to his original appearance. He smiled indifferently as he slowly approached his opponent. The people present could almost predict the outcome. Xiao Qin had really lost this match. A second-level martial master had lost to a first-level martial master. This was especially the case since it was a battle between a martial master and a ninth-stage martial master. No matter which stage of the battle it was, Xiao Qin was always humiliated. They all felt sorry for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, weren't you very arrogant? Stand up. Xiao Yang sneered again and again. If you don't stand up, I'll send you down. Bye-bye. Xiao Yang slowly raised his hand and condensed his cultivation. Chapter 96. As Xiao Yang's palm approached Xiao Qin, a majestic force engulfed Xiao Qin and lifted him into the air. As long as Xiao Yang was willing, he could kill Xiao Qin in an instant. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts were in suspense. It was as if they could see the cruel scene of Xiao Qin being strangled in the next moment. Stop! Patriarch Xiao Wanyan could no longer remain calm. He stood up again and flew to the arena, ending the duel. Many people were cursing Xiao Wanyan's shamelessness. He repeatedly broke the rules of the competition. He was simply shameless. As a patriarch, since he was so biased, he was not suitable to be a patriarch. Xiao Qin, how do you feel? Are you all right? Patriarch Xiao Wanyan took a step forward and his figure appeared beside Xiao Qin. He operated his majestic cultivation of a 9th stage martial master and continuously injected it into Xiao Qin's body, helping Xiao Qin recover from his injuries and dispelling the poison in his body. Although the poison in the Qianqian poison hands was intense, Xiao Yang's cultivation was not enough, so he could not display the power of the heaven grade. Therefore, Xiao Wanyan could use his powerful cultivation to dispel the poison in Xiao Qin's body. Lord Patriarch, can you announce that I, Xiao Yang, am first? You are now helping Xiao Qin to heal his injuries. It is obvious that he has failed. Xiao Yang looked at the other party calmly and said coldly. The other party was actually biased to such an extent. It was simply infuriating and condemning. Many of the spectators below the arena could not bear to watch any longer. One after another, they began to criticize and question. Noisy. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was in a bad mood. He was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yang. Now that he heard Xiao Yang being so annoying, he angrily roared and sent a palm strike toward Xiao Yang. Although this palm strike did not use his full strength, it was at least an attack from a 9th stage martial master. How could a mere martial master block it? Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh my God, this Xiao Wanyan was playing around a little too much. A dignified patriarch actually couldn't tolerate a genius junior. Which clan wouldn't cherish a genius like Xiao Yang? This palm strike of his would definitely kill someone. After Xiao Wanyan used his palm, he also felt a moment of regret and complexity, but it quickly turned into decisiveness and ruthlessness. To him, a genius like Xiao Yang was a potential threat, and he definitely couldn't leave him alive. The second elder, the first elder, and the other higher-ups of the Xiao family were all enraged. Xiao Wanyan, you destroyed the foundation and future of my Xiao family. You are courting death. Xiao Wangu's hair stood on end as he flew into a rage. With a roar, he flew up and attacked the patriarch, Xiao Wanyan. This damned Xiao Wanyan, in front of everyone, he dared to do such a thing. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Even if he had to self-destruct, he wanted the other party to die. Because the palm strike came too suddenly, he couldn't protect Xiao Yang, so he could only find Xiao Wanyan for a life-and-death duel. Xiao Yang was currently in a destructive danger. The power of the palm strike was unparalleled, majestic, and vast, as if it could smash him into pieces at any moment. Bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? Don't let me live, or I will not live under the same sky as you. Xiao Yang suddenly became furious and roared again and again. Flamingo, come out for me. Xiao Yang knew that he couldn't resist the power of the palm strike. He had no choice but to summon Flamingo to help. Just as Flamingo was about to move, Xiao Yang's high-grade alchemist token suddenly trembled. Following that, a ray of light emitted from the token, completely enveloping Xiao Yang, forming a protective shield. Flamingo, hold on. Xiao Yang hurriedly stopped Flamingo, who was about to unleash its power because he felt the absolute defensive power of the shield. It was at least stronger than a martial master's power. As the token exploded with light, a shadow suddenly condensed in the void, and a voice filled with endless majesty sounded. Who dares to kill a high-grade alchemist of the poisonous medicine pavilion? The shadow pointed a finger, and a yellow ray of light quickly shot out, destroying the palm print in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang was able to survive because of this. Many people were in an uproar, and everyone present stood up looking excited. The shadow's cultivation aura was that of a martial ancestor. Heavens, in the entire Donglin town, there were only 3 martial ancestors. However, in the past 20 years, not a single martial ancestor had appeared. Many people thought that a martial ancestor had left Donglin town. They didn't expect one to appear now. No, to be precise, it couldn't be considered as appearing. It was just a doppelganger. This doppelganger was entrusted to the high-grade alchemist token. Only when the token owner was on the verge of death would this doppelganger be activated. From this, it could be inferred that the shadow was the pavilion master of the Shao family's poisonous medicine pavilion. Greetings to the pavilion master of the martial ancestor pavilion. Everyone present, including the clan leader and Elder Zhang, knelt down. This was respect for the martial ancestor, and also respect for the cultivation of martial arts. Since you are the clan leader, I will spare your life. There won't be a next time. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. The shadow spoke indifferently and raised his hand again. A blue ray of light flashed and directly cut off clan leader Xiao Wanyan's arm. Ah! The patriarch, Xiao Wanyan, let out a painful scream. One of his arms fell directly onto the arena, and blood spurted out wildly. He was in so much pain that his face was distorted and pale, but he didn't dare to resist or struggle. When the shadow attacked just now, he couldn't even dodge. It was as if his whole body was controlled by the shadow. This showed how terrifying a martial ancestor was. Father, are you okay? How do you feel? Xiao Chun cried out, and snot ran down his face. If it wasn't for him, how could Xiao Wanyan be reduced to such a state? After the shadow attacked twice and punished Xiao Wanyan, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. His doppelganger also slowly dissipated and finally turned into nothingness. Although the doppelganger dissipated, no one dared to provoke or make things difficult for him again. This was because they didn't know where the pavilion master's real body was, and they didn't dare to take the risk. Xiaoyang picked up the high-grade alchemist token again and cupped his fist in the direction where the shadow disappeared to express his gratitude. Xiao Wanyan, I will remember this grudge. In front of so many clansmen, I will temporarily let you go. Humph. Xiao Wangu looked at Xiao Wanyan's severed arm and spoke indifferently. Then he walked in front of Xiaoyang and looked at Xiaoyang with concern. The spectators, who didn't know what was going on, were in an uproar. Heavens, that Xiaoyang is actually a high-grade alchemist. This was personally acknowledged by the Poison Pavilion's martial ancestor. This is too amazing, too awesome. I feel that this Xiaoyang is like a cheat. He is invincible. Such a young martial master and alchemist. This is definitely unprecedented. He is many times stronger than Xiao Qin. Chapter 97. That Xiao Qin. What qualifications does he have to be compared to Xiaoyang? Comparing the two of them is simply an insult to Xiaoyang, an alchemist. Boss, rise. Boss, rise. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Dalai, Li Dazue, and Xiao Qinggong were all cheering. Xiao Man also joined in the fun. She was incomparably happy. With such a boss, there was no reason to follow him, even if it meant death. Looking at everyone's shocked and admiring gazes, this was satisfaction. As long as they followed Xiao Yang closely, they would also have a share of this glory. This was a sense of belonging and accomplishment. Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Donglai were in complete despair. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. although they were also geniuses among the younger generation of the Shao family. Geniuses were also divided into different grades. Even though Xiaoyang had broken through to martial master, they were still unwilling to accept it in their hearts. They also hoped to break through to martial master as soon as possible and fight with Xiaoyang to prove themselves. The instant Xiaoyang revealed his identity as a high-grade alchemist, their hearts were like dead ashes. They had truly suffered a crushing defeat. Not to mention that they could not catch up to Xiaoyang in terms of cultivation. Just his identity as a high-grade alchemist was enough to suppress them for a lifetime. The gap between the two was already so big. The disparity in status was like heaven and earth. What else could they do besides despair? Xiao Zhongtian and the others, who had always been Xiao Chen's lackeys, were also filled with disappointment. They originally thought that by following Xiao Chen, they would be able to rise up in the family and no one would be able to ignore them. However, from this moment on, they were filled with disappointment towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Sun-er, Xiao Hozi, Xiao Chunyang, Xiao Dufeng, Xiao Di, Xiao Duer, Xiao Riang, and the others had complicated thoughts. Their expressions revealed bitterness. Previously, when they were defeated by Xiaoyang, they had always thought that Xiaoyang was only SOSO and that he was just lucky. Now, it seemed that he was the true #1 expert. No one could compare to him. Other than admitting defeat, what else could they do? The alchemist Xiao Zhongchen was also lamenting. If he had known that Xiao Chen was so useless, if he had known that Xiaoyang was so amazing, he would definitely not have provoked Xiaoyang back then. But it was all too late. Dear guests and members of the Xiao family, due to a change in the situation, the clan's tournament will be postponed for one day. Today it will end here. After Patriarch Xiao Wanyan stabilized his injuries, he stood up and released the majesty of a rank 9 warrior. His majesty shrouded the audience, and he announced this announcement. The thousands of people in the audience were about to explode. Each and every one of them flew into a rage and cursed at Xiao Wanyan. To be biased to such an extent, he was simply the most thick-skinned person in the world. Xiao Qin looked like he was going to lose for sure, yet he actually shamelessly stopped the match. Xiao Wanyan, could you be any more despicable and shameless? Even if everyone was unwilling, the organizers could only follow the orders of Patriarch Xiao Wanyan, who asked him to be a rank 9 warrior. Other than Wu Zong, he was the strongest person. Even if he farts, it was an order that must be followed. The crowd slowly left amidst the cursing. Many people who were leaving came up to Xiao Wangu to greet him. This represented their allegiance, especially the second elder and the third elder. After seeing Xiao Yang's ferocious rise, they were willing to switch sides to Xiao Wangu. They expressed their apologies to Xiao Wangu and their hope for cooperation in the future. From this moment onwards, the third elder, Xiao Wangu's faction began to rise. Xiao Rixing, the manager of the pharmacy, was promoted because of this. The left and right managers of the pharmacy were willing to respect him and let him be the head of the pharmacy. Xiao Yang handed over the matter of dealing with the crowd to Xiao Wangu. He returned to the cave residence at the back of the poisonous medicine pavilion and began a new round of cultivation. In this world, only cultivation and strength were the basis for people to respect. Everything should be based on cultivation. He had to seize the time to cultivate. He had to race against time. Since the match was stopped today, it meant that there was no clear victor between him and Xiao Chen. No one knew how terrifying Xiao Chen's cultivation would be on the second day. He had no choice but to be on guard. Flamingo, spit out your nihility flame to help me cultivate. Bloodthirsty iceworm, these are all my poison pills and poison-attributed herbs. Help me refine them. It can be considered a part of your growth. After Xiao Yang gave his instructions, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He circulated his cultivation technique and entered a state of cultivation. During this period of time, he had accumulated quite a lot of herbs. There were low-grade poison pills, mid-grade poison pills, and high-grade poison pills. However, they were all yellow-grade poison pills. To Xiaoyang, they were not of much use. Currently, only profound grade poison pills could help Xiaoyang increase his cultivation. However, even if a mosquito retreated, it was still meat. After the bloodthirsty ice worm refined them, he could still use these poisons to increase his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Xiaoyang already felt that he had reached a bottleneck and was unable to break through. He had refined almost all the cultivation resources, but it was not a waste. At the very least, he had reached the peak of second-grade martial master. As long as he had another profound, grade poison pill, he could smoothly break through. He walked out of the cultivation room and saw Xiao Dalei waiting for him. "Boss, you've come out of seclusion." Xiao Dalei looked at Xiaoyang with a sneaky smile on his face. During this period of time, many people had come to visit and brought gifts. Xiao Dalei took out the list and gifts and handed them to Xiaoyang. When Xiaoyang saw it, he immediately knew what was going on. He exhaled and said with a sigh, "It's true that the weak are bullied and the strong are respected." There were many people who gave gifts. There were rich and poor, and there were also people of all statuses. Even those who were slightly related to him came up to give him gifts. Even if they were not related by blood, those who wanted to get close to him would find a strange reason to come and give him gifts. For example, one of the guys from Peach Blossom Village, who clearly had nothing to do with Xiaoyang, said that when Xiaoyang passed by Peach Blossom Village, he glanced at him. Because of this, he comprehended the Tao and came to express his gratitude. There was also a crafty guy from a neighboring town to the east. He said that when he saw Xiaoyang's handsomeness from afar, it made him regain his manly spirit. Therefore, he specially came to give gifts to express his sincerity. This caused Xiao Dalei to be dumbfounded. He could not believe it and muttered in his heart, "What kind of person is this? He can even make up such *king reason. It's really amazing." In the beginning, Xiao Dalei rejected all of them. However, he was blocked at the door every second and was pestered by others. He had no choice but to accept all of them. When Xiaoyang heard Xiao Dalei's words, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the gift list, it was amazing. These gifts were almost piled up in the entire cave, and there was no lack of good materials among them. He even saw a profound grade waste pill. This made Xiaoyang very interested. He picked up the waste pill and studied it. Chapter 98. After looking at it for a while, Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Based on the memories of the ancient poison sovereign, he was very clear that the waste pill in front of him wasn't a waste pill, but a half-finished pill. The so-called half-finished pill was something that was halfway through the refinement process and was forced to stop for some reason. Good, such a fortuitous encounter actually fell into my hands. Naturally, I won't let this pill be covered in dust. Xiaoyang's face was filled with excitement. He was currently lacking a profound grade poison pill to break through his cultivation. He didn't expect to encounter a half-finished, profound grade poison pill. If he refined it a little more, it would definitely become a true profound grade poison pill. Xiao Dalei looked at Xiaoyang's expression and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Boss, this is only a waste pill. What's there to be happy about? The other party didn't even want it, okay?" He looked down on waste pills from the bottom of his heart. However, the person who gave it to him was financially strapped. This waste pill was the only thing he could take out, so he didn't refuse. "What do you know? This is a half-finished, profound, grade poison pill. To many people, it's considered a waste. However, to me, it has value. All right, find me some medicinal ingredients." Xiaoyang explained, becoming more and more excited. After all, anyone would be excited to be able to increase their cultivation realm, especially when they were about to have another duel. Xiao Chun believed that he would be astonished again at that time. Xiao Dalei responded and immediately searched for medicinal ingredients according to Xiaoyang's instructions. Because these gifts had all passed through his hands, it was much easier to find them. Not long after, he gave all the medicinal ingredients he could find to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took a look, and it's almost done. Only one set of medicinal ingredients was missing. This set of medicinal ingredients was called poison heart grass. Xiaoyang had seen it before. This kind of medicinal ingredient wasn't rare, and wasn't some rare medicinal ingredient. He found Yao Lao and Dan Lao, who came with Yao Lao. Haha! Great Grandmaster Xiaoyang, this time you are truly an elder of our poison medicine pavilion. When others see our poison medicine pavilion, they feel even more respect and fear. Yao Lao slowly walked into the cave and saw Xiaoyang from afar. He laughed heartily and excitedly spoke to Xiaoyang. In the eyes of others, the poison medicine pavilion was only a place for alchemy, and they were often secretly called weak pedants. The poison medicine pavilion almost never participates in any major competitions or competitions. Therefore, other people think that the poison medicine pavilion has no other strong points besides alchemy. However, with the rise of Xiaoyang and Xiaoyang's brilliance in the competition, everyone understood that the poison medicine pavilion could not only refine pills, but also produce an almighty genius. Originally, everyone respected the poison medicine pavilion, but after Xiaoyang's matter fermented, their respect for the poison medicine pavilion grew even more. Because Xiaoyang had the status of a senior alchemist, anyone who wanted to provoke the poison medicine pavilion would have to go through Xiaoyang first. Not to mention, because of Xiaoyang, the pavilion master of the martial ancestor sect, who had been in hiding for 20 years, had been summoned. That was a martial ancestor. Even Dan Lao did not have the confidence to summon him. After this battle, the poison medicine pavilion was almost independent in the Xiao family. Even the patriarch, Xiao Wanyan, found it difficult to interfere. This greatly benefited the members of the poison medicine pavilion. Dan Lao chuckled. His aged face was filled with kindness, and his eyes were filled with appreciation and encouragement. He said with gratification, Xiaoyang, I really did not misjudge you. You have won glory for the poison medicine pavilion. Tell us, what do you need? The poison medicine pavilion will try to satisfy you. As long as the pavilion master did not appear, Dan Lao was the #1 person in the poison medicine pavilion. His words carried a lot of weight. Xiaoyang saluted the two people. Even though he already had some achievements, he still maintained a humble attitude. He said indifferently, if I have a request, it would be a set of medicinal ingredients. Poison heart grass, do you have it? Dan Lao and Yao Lao were stunned. They originally thought that Xiaoyang would ask for a more difficult request. They did not expect it to be this. They simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. Dan Lao said, Xiaoyang, your poison heart grass is not some precious medicinal ingredient. We have it here. You can take as much as you want. The poison medicine pavilion owes you a request. You can ask at any time. Yao Lao deeply agreed. Xiaoyang had made a great contribution to the poison medicine pavilion. How could they use an ordinary set of medicinal ingredients to send him off? Xiaoyang was very grateful. He thought for a moment and hesitated. He wanted to say something but hesitated. This expression fell into the eyes of Dan Lao and Yao Lao. They looked at each other and then looked at Xiaoyang. They frowned and asked, could it be that Brother Xiaoyang has encountered some difficulty? Just ask, and the poison medicine pavilion will do our best to help you complete it. Xiaoyang opened his mouth and said, it's like this. In the past 20 years, the poison medicine pavilion has not produced a single profound grade medicinal pill. I feel very regretful about this. In order to further enhance the poison medicine pavilion's ability, I have decided to give you a profound grade medicinal pill recipe. As he spoke, he took out a jade strip from his body. This jade strip was engraved by Xiaoyang with a recipe for a profound grade medicinal pill. The various ingredients, the proportions, what to pay attention to, and the heart of alchemy were all recorded on it. These two people were worthy of his respect. The appearance of the martial sect pavilion master also made Xiaoyang very grateful. At the very least, the martial sect pavilion master helped him when he was in trouble. He was a person who knew how to be grateful. Naturally, he would not pretend that he did not see what happened. Xiaoyang handed over the jade strip in his hand. Dan Lao received it with a smile. Yao Lao also did the same. In their opinion, Xiaoyang had just been promoted to senior alchemist not long ago. Even if he could refine a high-grade medicinal pill, it was limited to this. How could he have researched a medicinal pill recipe himself? Even if he came up with a medicinal pill recipe by chance, it would be an ordinary medicinal pill recipe that was not worthy of attention. However, when Dan Lao glanced at it, he cried out in surprise. His eyes widened and he breathed in cold air. Even his snow-white beard was trembling. This gave Yao Lao a fright. He thought that something big had happened. He also spread out his divine sense and landed on the jade strip. After a glance, his shocked expression was even more exaggerated than Yao Lao's. My God, this is a profound grade medicinal pill recipe. Hiss, hiss. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He was extremely shocked. His eyes were as wide as copper bells. He was shocked to the point of no return. After more than 10 breaths of time, they gradually recovered their minds and stabilized their emotions. Their words were still full of excitement. It was because they were alchemists that they understood the value of medicinal pill recipes. Even if it was a high-grade medicinal pill recipe, it was enough for them to pay any price to obtain it, let alone a profound-grade medicinal pill recipe. If it appeared in Marshallong City, it would definitely cause a new round of bloodshed, especially when the medicinal pill recipe was clearly marked with the ingredients, the proportions of medicinal herbs, the refining method, and even the heart of alchemy. Chapter 99. One had to know that these were all priceless treasures. They were the culmination of many years of hard work by an alchemist. Their value was no less than a pill recipe. This is really too precious. Dan Lao's lips trembled. This pill recipe's contribution was even greater than Xiaoyang's. It was unimaginable. He didn't even dare to accept this pill recipe. This pill recipe was important to the Poison Pavilion, but how could it not be important to Xiaoyang? Yao Lao bitterly smiled and said with a complicated expression, To be honest, our Poison Pavilion really needs this kind of important pill recipe, but I also feel that it is unfair to Brother Xiaoyang. That's right, the Poison Medicine Pavilion was not a greedy organization. They would also pay attention to the cost and achieve balance. Dan Lao was also hesitant. To be honest, no alchemist could refuse the temptation of this profound level pill recipe, but they all knew how to restrain themselves. Xiaoyang naturally understood their hearts. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained, My alchemy attainments are no longer limited by a pill recipe. I don't need one anymore. This is also my gratitude to the martial sect pavilion master. After all, he also helped me. Hearing this, Dan Lao and Yao Lao felt a little better. One had to know that the Poison Pavilion was founded by the pavilion master. Everyone was only contributing to the Poison Pavilion, which could also be considered as contributing to the pavilion master. Therefore, they didn't feel so guilty. Old Dan accepted this incomparably precious pill recipe and instructed, Don't leak this matter out, lest we provoke a disaster. Aside from the Shao clan, there are many other great clans. If we attract their attention, we will be annihilated in an instant. Yes, profound level pill recipes were too precious. Those super large families would be moved. Dan Lao and Yao Lao walked out of the cave. Both of them were extremely excited. After returning to the cave, they began to study the pill recipe. Only by maximizing their gains and increasing their alchemy attainments would they be able to show their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Dan Lao, do you think Brother Xiaoyang's alchemy attainments have reached the profound level? Yao Lao asked nervously. In the Poison Medicine Pavilion, everyone, including Dan Lao, was only a yellow rank alchemist. It had been a long time since anyone other than the pavilion master of the poison medicine pavilion became a profound rank alchemist. That would be a brand new world. If those super forces knew about a profound stage alchemist, they would definitely fight over him like crazy. Old Dan's face was solemn as he said seriously, "You must keep this matter a secret." Seeing Yao Lao nod his head in agreement, he looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed with melancholy. He leisurely said, "This old man cannot see through Xiao Yang's alchemy skills. Perhaps he has stepped into the profound rank. His future path is much longer than ours. We just have to watch over him carefully. This is the hope for the Xiao family to rise again." Yao Lao deeply agreed. After Xiao Yang obtained the poison heart grass, he gathered enough medicinal ingredients. He picked up the waste pill and entered the alchemy room again. This semi-finished pill could be completed with just a little refining. There weren't many medicinal ingredients and procedures needed. It only required the alchemist to be precise and not make the slightest mistake. They had to continue the previous alchemist's philosophy and thinking. This was a very demanding and difficult task. Almost 99% of alchemists were unable to do it, including Dan Lao. However, Xiaoyang was different. His alchemy skills had long surpassed the heaven stage. It was simply not something that could be described as earth or profound stage. It was just that his cultivation was not enough, so his alchemy skills were limited. However, it was enough to deal with this semi-finished pill. He opened the furnace, lit the fire, threw in the medicinal ingredients, and refined them one by one. The tedious and complicated alchemy process began once again. In the quiet alchemy room, there was a slight crackling sound of medicinal ingredients being refined. The flame flickered and the other medicinal ingredients floated. In the furnace, a dark green liquid condensed and changed shape. A pungent smell filled the entire alchemy room. Xiao Yang's face was stiff and incomparably serious. He didn't dare to slack off for a moment. His expression was incomparably focused, fearing that he would make the slightest mistake. This was his working state. He was meticulous and very strict. This state lasted for half a day. All the medicinal ingredients had been refined, and the dark green liquid had condensed and taken shape. At this moment, it was being warmed in the furnace. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He slowly recovered his exhausted spirit and cultivation. It wasn't until several hours later that he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a bright light. He raised his hand and sent out a stream of cultivation from his hand. It swept through the entire furnace and extinguished the flame. "The pill is done. Open it for me," he shouted softly. The lid of the furnace opened. A pill slowly floated up and arrived in front of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took the pill. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at it. His eyes revealed joy, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was full of smiles. "A profound stage poison pill. I've been longing for it for a long time. I finally succeeded." Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. This semi-finished poison pill had been refined into a pill by him. He circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical technique and stimulated his poison vein. After adjusting his body's condition, he began to consume the poison pill. After consuming the poison pill, the intense poison began to spread and corrode his body. He frantically converted it, allowing his body to absorb even more. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had completely absorbed the medicinal energy of the profound stage poison pill. His cultivation had also broken through from martial master to second-grade martial master. The aura of his cultivation was extremely terrifying. He clenched his fists tightly and felt that his body was filled with explosive energy. He wished he could vent it. After raising his cultivation, he walked out of the alchemy room with a confident smile on his face. He had just broken through to martial master yesterday. Now he had directly broken through to second-grade martial master. This kind of crazy advancement speed would probably scare people to death. With this cultivation, Xiaoyang was confident that he was unrivaled in the same realm. He could completely beat up Xiao Qin. He did not believe that Xiao Chun would be able to break through. After all, Xiao Chun was only a second-grade martial master. He had too many innate advantages. Not only did he have the poison body, he also had the poison vein. He also had the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical technique, an extremely tyrannical cultivation technique. Boss, you! Xiao Dalei looked at Xiaoyang, who had walked out. His face was filled with shock. He felt that Xiaoyang was different. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was different about him. He could only stand there and stare blankly. After walking out of the cave, Xiao Qin looked at the time. And it was almost dawn. It was almost time for the next large competition. Yesterday, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan shamelessly suspended the competition to buy time for his son Xiao Qin. Now, it was about to start again. So what if I give you a day? Could it be that I'm going to stay where I am while you guys are improving? Xiaoyang found it funny and despised them even more. He unleashed his cultivation and headed towards the training grounds. Although there was still an hour before the large competition, there were already thousands of people gathered here. The scene was even more lively than yesterday. Chapter 100. The reason why so many people came was because yesterday's match was too exciting. With thousands of people spreading rumors, it attracted 3 to 4 times the number of spectators. Look, isn't that Xiaoyang? Yes, that's him. I've seen him before. He was once the #1 genius of Donglin Town. Later, he was framed by a slut and his cultivation fell to martial disciple. I didn't expect him to rise again. Look, carefully feel his cultivation aura. My God, he's already a second-grade martial master. He just broke through to martial master yesterday. This is too awesome. In less than a day, he broke through to another realm. This is too monstrous. Xiao family is too amazing. This is a sign of their rise. Xiaoyang flew into the arena and closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring the discussions around him. After waiting for a while, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan, a few elders, and other higher-ups of the family slowly appeared. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell rang out again. An endless stream of people gathered in the arena. Yana, third elder Xiao Wangu shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang flew into the air and landed in front of Xiao Wangu. Father, he bowed respectfully. Xiao Wangu patted Xiaoyang's shoulder. The excitement in his eyes grew. He couldn't help but laugh and said excitedly, Good. As expected of my son. You're already a second-grade martial master. Even I am envious. Ha! His eyes were filled with gratification as he encouraged. Go, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. What are you afraid of? Yes, father. Xiaoyang nodded and returned to the arena. The second elder, third elder, and other higher-ups all smiled and looked at the third elder. Of course, they had also noticed the change in Xiaoyang's cultivation. They were very shocked. According to the speed of his rise, Xiaoyang was enough to leave Xiao Chun in the dust. Xiao Wangu replied with a chuckle. He was also very polite. If he was on good terms with these people, it would be easier for him in the future. As for the patriarch Xiao Wanyan, his face was extremely ugly at this moment. As the patriarch of the clan, all the limelight had been snatched away by Xiao Wangu. Look at him. There wasn't even a single person who greeted him. How embarrassing was this? Who was the patriarch now? He had never reflected on his mistakes. He had only relied on his cultivation to take charge of the clan. There was no morality or fairness at all. After the series of events yesterday, almost 90% of the people expressed disappointment in him. On the other hand, Xiao Wangu was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The iron mines and medicine fields, under his management, brought almost half of the clan's annual profits. If Xiao Wangu were to become the clan leader, this Xiao family would have long surpassed the Wang family in martial Yang City. With the support of the Lan family, they would even be able to contend with the Wang family. It was a pity that Xiao Wanyan had ruined the Xiao family for so many years. A bunch of fence-sitters. I'll show you later. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan snorted softly. He had delayed the competition by a day. How could he not have a backup plan? So what if this Xiaoyang had advanced by a level? He would only be crushed by Xiao Qin. Thinking of the backup plan he had prepared for Xiao Qin, Xiao Wanyan couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. He believed that everyone present would definitely be shocked. This could be considered a trump card that was enough to overturn Xiaoyang. Xiao Chen's figure slowly appeared. He flew down from the sky and slowly landed on the arena. After yesterday's crushing defeat, his image was no longer as bright as before. Everyone looked down on him and no longer respected him as much as before. Lin Shanshan still appeared with Xiao Qin, but there was no smile on her face. She also didn't have that inflated sense of vanity. It was as if her vanity had been shattered by Xiaoyang since yesterday. Xiaoyang, today you and I will fight to the death. We won't stop until one of us is dead. Xiao Chen hated Xiaoyang to the core. He hated him to the bone. Before this, he was so bright, like the sun that was the center of attention, releasing light. Now he was looked down on by everyone and disappointed most people. This was the pain in his heart and also his humiliation. In order to wash away this humiliation, he could only kill Xiaoyang. Lin Shanshan didn't say anything and silently walked to the side. Her expression was full of complexity. No one knew what she was thinking. She knew about Xiao Chen's trump card. She also believed that this time, Xiaoyang would definitely die. However, she couldn't feel happy. This had nothing to do with winning or losing. It was about morality and conscience. She felt that she might have done something wrong. Even if Xiao Chen won, what happened in the past was like a stain in her heart that couldn't be washed clean. Cut the crap, Xiao Chen. Bring it on. Xiaoyang smiled coldly. At this point, the other party was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. After he shouted, he immediately used the firmament palm. He condensed a majestic palm print and pressed it towards the other party. This pressure was strong enough to change the wind and clouds and cause the earth to tremble. This was executed with the cultivation of a second stage martial master. Its power was several times stronger than yesterday. The palm print seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing people to feel uneasy. Good, Xiaoyang. Since you are in a hurry to die, I might as well fulfill your wish. Double-headed king snake, come out. Xiao Chen bellowed and summoned his pet beast. Immediately after, the ground trembled and dust rose. A terrifying smell of blood filled the air, causing everyone present to feel apprehensive. This is the aura of an 8th stage martial master. Oh my God, Xiao Chen's pet beast is too strong. How can he fight? Xiaoyang is going to die no matter what. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone revealed a frightened expression. Their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was proud. Looking at everyone's shocked expression, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. This was his trump card, a powerful 8th stage martial master demonic beast. Even if there were 100 genius Xiaoyang, they would not be enough to be swallowed by the demonic beast. Xiao Wangu's face was pale and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. The second elder, the third elder, and the other upper echelons of the family all revealed anger. This anger was directed at Patriarch Xiao Wanyan. To think that Xiao Wanyan could still laugh out loud and gloat at his misfortune. A sharp-eyed spectator immediately recognized it. He exclaimed, "That is actually the double-headed king snake. Damn, it really is. Isn't that the Xiao family's chief guardian? Why is it targeting Xiaoyang? Could it be that Xiaoyang is not a member of the Xiao family? Are you an idiot? This matter is very obvious. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan must have been biased and temporarily negotiated with the double-headed king snake to have it assist Xiao Qin. Oh my God! The patriarch can actually be so shameless. There is simply no one else." This was also the reason why the upper echelons of the Xiao family were angry. The Shao family's guardian beast, the double-headed king snake, existed to protect the Shao family. However, it was used by Patriarch Shao Wanyan. Chapter 101. Xiaoyang, die for me. I have the help of the double-headed king snake, a rank 8 warrior. What are you going to use to fight me? Haha! Xiao Chen was incomparably savage as he laughed heartily. He looked as if he was about to get his revenge. The two-headed, double-headed king snake stuck out its tongue and made a hissing sound. Its body was dozens of feet long, and an astonishing aura was emitted from its body. The double-headed king snake opened its mouth and swallowed the ferocious palm print in front of it. Following that, it quickly swam toward Xiaoyang, wanting to swallow Xiaoyang. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wangu was already enraged. He shouted, "This is obviously Xiao Wanyan using the public's weapon for personal gain, trampling on the family's rules. How could a small family's guardian beast dare to attack a member of a small family?" He suddenly stood up and wanted to stop him. However, Patriarch Shao Wanyan also stood up and stopped Xiao Wangu. Xiao Wanyan sneered, "Using the public's weapon for personal gain? This is something the double-headed king snake did willingly. Third elder, you can't accuse others. The competition is still going on. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you will have to bear all the responsibility." Xiao Wanyan paused and said sarcastically, "The rules of the competition did not state that the contestants cannot use their pets. Third elder, you worry too much." This made Xiao Wangu extremely angry. This damned old man. When he broke the rules of the competition, why didn't he pursue fairness? Now he was obviously biased and even used the family's guardian beast. Why couldn't he stop him? "Don't stop me, old man. Do you believe that I will perish together with you?" Xiao Wangu was extremely angry. With a shout, he directly released his cultivation to the extreme and attacked Xiao Wanyan. If he delayed even a little bit, Xiaoyang would definitely be swallowed by the double-headed king snake. The other elders came to mediate. On the stage, Xiao Chen was still laughing maniacally as the double-headed king snake got closer and closer to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, however, did not show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the other party with disdain. This made the double-headed king snake feel provoked. It made a hissing sound and doubled its speed. When it arrived in front of Xiaoyang, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Xiaoyang. When the crowd below the stage saw this bloody and cruel scene, they all stopped cursing and criticizing Patriarch Shao Wanyan and looked at the stage with fear and trepidation. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The two-headed king snake's expression froze. Then it suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang, begging for mercy. Its entire body trembled. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. All of them were tongue-tied and dumbfounded. "Oh my God, what the hell is going on? What's going on? Why did the dignified 8th stage martial master, double-headed king, snake, suddenly kneel on the ground? Who can say what happened?" The thousands of people in the arena were silent at this moment, because the scene that happened was too strange. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the double-headed king snake could bite Xiaoyang to death in one bite. However, the tables had turned. This 8th stage martial master, double-headed king snake, knelt in front of Xiaoyang. Could it be that this Xiaoyang had the tyrannical cultivation of an 8th stage martial master or even a 9th stage martial master? This was definitely impossible. Even the few elders who were fighting and trying to mediate stopped. Their expressions were filled with disbelief as they looked at the stage with shock. "Xiao Qin, is this the trump card and killing move you are so proud of? In my opinion, it's just SOSO." Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and stroked the double-headed king snake's head. He looked at Xiao Chen with disdain, his expression full of contempt. Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. Lin Shanshan was in complete despair. This Xiaoyang could even subdue an 8th stage martial master, double-headed king snake. What else could he not solve? The reason why Xiaoyang was so awesome and shocked everyone was because of the flamingo on his shoulder. Although the flamingo on his shoulder was unremarkable, its cultivation was at the martial ancestor realm. If it wanted to deal with the double-headed king snake, it would only take a few minutes. It was also because the double-headed king snake had sensed the frightening aura of a martial ancestor that had been completely subdued. Other than the cultivation level, there was also a suppression in the hierarchy of the demon clan, called bloodline. The flamingo's bloodline was much higher than the double-headed king snake's. "Go, cripple Xiaochen for me," Xiaoyang said indifferently. The double-headed king snake seemed to have received an order from an emperor. It immediately turned its head and launched a powerful attack at Xiaochen. In less than half a breath's time, Xiaochen's arms were bitten off. His body was hit by the double-headed king snake's tail, directly crippling his cultivation. All the meridians in his body were broken, and he was sent flying. "My son." Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's expression changed greatly. He roared and hurriedly released his cultivation. He flew out and caught Xiaochen. After checking Xiaochen's injuries, he channeled his cultivation to help heal Xiaochen. His face was filled with anxiety as he asked worriedly, "My son, how are you?" Looking at Xiaochen, who had already fainted, Xiao Wanyan was unable to restrain his anger. His hatred for Xiaoyang had simply seeped into his bones. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to heal Xiaochen, he would have slapped Xiaoyang to death. After a while, Xiaochen slowly regained consciousness. His eyes were dim and his expression was filled with despair. His heart had already collapsed. After being repeatedly defeated by Xiaoyang, he could no longer muster up the courage to fight. When Patriarch Xiao Wanyan saw this, he sighed and felt heartache. "I lost," Xiaochen said weakly as he muttered to himself. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's expression was desolate. He slowly put Xiaochen down and turned to face the thousands of people present. He announced, "Xiaochen admits defeat in this duel. Xiaoyang wins." As his voice rang out, the thousands of people present laughed and cheered. They were happy for Xiaoyang. The three elders and the upper echelons of the Xiao family all sighed in relief. They were also afraid that Patriarch Xiao Wanyan would mess around and turn the Xiao family upside down. Soon after, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's announcement rang out once more. This time, aside from Xiaoyang and Xiaochen's personal duel, anyone else is free to challenge them. As long as they are in the top 3 of the family, they can head to Martial Yang City to participate in the hegemony contest. Perhaps you've heard of the hegemony contest. It's a contest for the poison sect to select disciples. The poison sect is a supreme existence. 10 large cities in a radius of 10,000 li are under the poison sect's jurisdiction. As long as you enter the poison sect, even this patriarch will have to pay respects to you. As soon as these words fell, the crowd erupted into an uproar. One was filled with anticipation for the hegemony contest, while the other was shocked by the poison sect. Many of the contestants were eager to give it a try, their hearts filled with hope. They all understood that entering the poison sect was the only way to become strong. Chapter 102. If you want to enter the poison sect, you have to participate in the Martial Yang City's hegemony competition. If you want to participate in the hegemony competition, you have to enter the top 3 in the clan's grand competition. Many of the contestants' eyes were burning as they swept their gazes over Xiao Yang's body. However, none of them dared to challenge him. They all had a burning heart and wanted to prove themselves. However, when they saw that Xiaoyang was only a 2nd-grade martial master, their hearts turned cold. Then they looked at the 8th-grade martial warrior, twin-headed king snake, beside Xiaoyang. They completely despaired. Facing such a strong person, what else could they do other than die? Actually, the reason why Patriarch Xiao Wanyan did not announce Xiaoyang as the champion of the clan's grand competition was because he wanted to give Xiaoyang some trouble. As long as the rankings were not out, Any contestant would have the opportunity to challenge him. However, looking at the current situation, there was actually no one who dared to challenge Xiaoyang. This caused him to be extremely disappointed. Thinking about it, even the twin-headed king snake was subdued by Xiaoyang. Who else could be a match for Xiaoyang? Is there anyone who wants to challenge Xiaoyang? If there is no one, then this patriarch will announce that Xiaoyang is the champion of the clan's grand competition. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan could not bear to watch any longer. With Xiaoyang standing on the stage, no contestant dared to challenge him. If this continued, it would only be a waste of time. Thus, he could only urge the contestants. After waiting for a while, there was still no one who dared to challenge Xiaoyang. He could only announce, "In this clan's grand competition, Xiaoyang is the champion." In addition to receiving the clan's reward and the qualification to participate in the Martial Yang City's hegemony competition, there are still 2 spots left. You all must work hard and strive to enter the poison sect. Xiao Wanyan gave some instructions to the elders, then left with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had lost, and even his face had been lost. What was the point of staying here? There were no more scenes for them, so it was better for them not to make a fool of themselves here. He left, and he left in a very lonely manner. Xiao Yang flew down from the arena and arrived in front of Xiao Wanyan. The rest of the competition would be left to the others. "Good boy, you did well." Xiao Wangu patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. He was very excited. He really didn't expect Xiao Yang to be able to subdue the double-headed king snake. It was really unexpected. The second elder, the first elder, and the other higher-ups of the family came up to greet them one after another. Xiao Wangu and Xiao Yang greeted them one by one, as if Xiao Wangu was in charge. Xiao Yang accompanied them for a while and watched 1 or 2 matches before he left, bored. Although he wasn't interested in joining the poison sect, he was willing to fight for more resources for his family. If he wanted to stand out in the hegemony tournament, he would have to continue increasing his cultivation. Raising one's cultivation level wasn't something that could be done just by thinking and talking. It required time. Xiao Yang planned to race against time to cultivate. When he walked out of the arena, he saw Lin Shanshan. It seemed that Lin Shanshan had been waiting for him on purpose. He no longer had any interest in her. This woman had tried to kill him in the past, so he was being merciful by not slapping her to death. He pretended not to see her and walked in the direction of the poison medicine pavilion. Xiao Yang. After walking a bit further, Lin Shanshan bit her lip and called out to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang stopped in his tracks. "I was wrong. Xiao Yang, can you give me another chance? I love you. Don't you miss me too?" Lin Shanshan hesitated for a moment before taking light steps to stand in front of Xiao Yang. She knew that he was a complete loser and knew how stupid her previous actions had been. She hadn't cherished a son of heaven and instead betrayed a genius to chase after a loser. What she wanted was vanity. Xiao Qin couldn't give it to her. Only Xiao Yang could give it to her. So she decided to throw herself into Xiao Yang's arms again. "Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity." Xiao Yang said indifferently and walked away expressionlessly. This made Lin Shanshan feel ashamed. She was so angry that her cheeks flushed red. She couldn't help but stomp her feet and bite her lip. She looked at Xiao Yang, who was leaving, unwillingly. It was also at this moment that she felt extreme regret. This regret was like a stormy sea that swallowed her in an instant. She couldn't help but cry bitterly. She was a reserved girl. However, even though she was so open, she was still rejected by Xiao Yang. She also felt that Xiao Yang had distanced himself from her. This made her feel incomparably pained. Was it really impossible to get it back after losing it? After Xiao Yang walked far away, he met another 2 people. They were Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. These 2 people could be considered acquaintances with Xiao Yang. The reason why they knew each other was because of a grudge. That was a matter of a month ago. Who was right and who was wrong was no longer important. Moreover, their grudges had long been settled. It was just that Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao were unwilling to accept it. Xiaoyang, congratulations on becoming first place in this clan's tournament. The two of them spoke with a bitter expression. A month ago, their cultivation realm could completely crush Xiaoyang. They even forced Xiaoyang to lure Fiery Bird. They didn't expect that in just a short month, he had already grown to a level that they admired. You guys are also very good. Do your best. Xiaoyang nodded in response and praised them. However, this kind of encouragement made Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao are even more bitter. Yes, now they could only be encouraged. The word encouragement had always been used by seniors to juniors, or by the strong to the weak. It was obvious that they were the latter. After the three of them were silent for a while, they realized that other than the memories in their hearts, there was nothing else to say. Xiaoyang turned around and left. After leaving the training grounds, Xiaoyang saw a person standing by the fish pond and admiring the fish. He smiled and didn't intend to disturb him and directly left. Xiaoyang, actually, I also didn't expect you to grow to such a terrifying level. At that time, I thought I could defeat you in the clan's tournament and regain my dignity. Fortunately, I didn't foolishly rush up in the clan's tournament. Otherwise, I would have been defeated by you again. Of course, you have indeed defeated me. Even if we didn't fight, you are an existence that I look up to. I will surpass you in the future because my goal is you. This person was Xiao Donglai, one of the people in charge of the auction hall. I'll accompany you any time. Work hard. Xiaoyang didn't even turn his head as he replied and walked away. When he returned to the entrance of the poison medicine pavilion, Xiao Pai, Xiao Dalai, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, Xiao Qinggong, and the others were already waiting. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement as they excitedly said, "Boss!" Because of Xiaoyang's rise, their status had also soared. When others saw them, they would give them some face. This was an unprecedented honor. Xiao Pai and the others knew that this was brought to them by Xiaoyang, so they were very grateful. Chapter 103. Xiaoyang found Xiao Dalai, Xiao Pai, and the others pleasing to the eye. Adding on the fact that he had won first place in the clan's tournament, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He smiled and confidently said, "Since you all call me boss, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. There's no need to be embarrassed." The fact that he was able to achieve this much was due to their contributions. They had also contributed a lot of medicinal ingredients. Although this amount of medicinal ingredients was nothing to Xiaoyang, he still remembered it. Moreover, a person's rise was lonely. As the eternal poison sovereign from his previous life, Xiaoyang understood this feeling of loneliness very well. Since he had to start over in this life, he wanted to walk this path with more glory, such as friendship. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qinggong, and the others were also very happy. They had been fawning over Xiaoyang so that he would take care of them. If something happened to them, they could mention Xiaoyang's name and get Xiaoyang to help them. With Xiaoyang as their backer, they would be able to act swiftly and decisively. "Boss, no matter what you order, we will climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames for you." Xiao Qinggong and the others also hurriedly expressed. They were also people who knew how to be grateful. It was because of this that they were birds of a feather that they walked together. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "All right, the clan's tournament is not over yet. You all can go and try. Consider it as gaining some experience." Xiao Qinggong and the others said their goodbyes and left with smiles that came from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaoyang returned to the mountain behind the poison medicine pavilion and began his closed-door cultivation. He was now a second-stage martial master and needed to consolidate and improve. The clan's tournament was not his final destination. Even the hegemony tournament and the poison sect were not his final destination. His focus was to restore the eternal poison sovereign from his previous life and become the #1 person in the myriad realms. Therefore, he had to cultivate with all his might and strive for every second he had to cultivate. Xiao Yang no longer dared to be interested in the upcoming clan's tournament and focused on cultivating. Flamingo, spit out your nihility flame and help me cultivate. Flamingo flew up from Xiao Yang's shoulder and floated in midair. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame with a terrifying aura. This flame was not actually fire, but poison. This poison was so strong that even a martial arts grandmaster would be wary of it. Do you still remember the double-headed king snake? The guardian beast of the Xiao family. The double-headed king snake was also a venomous creature. Its venom was terrifying, but when it encountered the flamingo, it could only surrender. In addition to the flamingo's high cultivation, the double-headed king snake was also afraid of its venom. When he first met Fiery Bird, Xiao Yang could already tell. Therefore, he finally decided to subdue Fiery Bird. With the help of the nihility flame, his cultivation speed would be twice the result with half the effort. Bloodthirsty iceworm, come and purify all of my poison-attributed medicinal ingredients and poison pills. Xiao Yang instructed once again. This bloodthirsty iceworm was obtained from Xiao Zhongtian. At that time, Xiao Zhongtian did not know that it was a bloodthirsty iceworm and had treated him as an ordinary iceworm. He had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Fortunately, this bloodthirsty iceworm had ended up in Yi Shiwen's hands, so it could not be considered a waste of the strange and magical bloodthirsty iceworm. The bloodthirsty iceworm would also be able to play its greatest role in Xiao Yang's hands. This was also the fastest way for the bloodthirsty iceworm to grow. Although the bloodthirsty iceworm's cultivation realm was not publicly announced by Flamingo, it was at least comparable to a level 3 martial master. It could not be underestimated. Other than being able to purify poison, it could also release poison. The intensity of the poison released was not inferior to the double-headed king snake's. The bloodthirsty iceworm flew out and landed on the various poison-attributed medicinal ingredients and poison pills that Xiao Yang had placed. Its body emitted a faint blue light as it began to slowly purify the poison. Because the bloodthirsty iceworm had signed a contract with Xiao Yang, the poison that the bloodthirsty iceworm purified would flow into Xiao Yang's body and help Xiao Yang increase his cultivation. Of course, while the bloodthirsty iceworm was purifying the poison, he was also growing. Double-headed king snake, although you are the guardian beast of the Xiao family, you have now submitted to me. Therefore, you have to help me cultivate. Come, bite me. I need your snake poison to increase my cultivation. Xiao Yang spoke calmly. It did not seem like he was joking. Although the double-headed king snake was a monster, it could understand human language. It just did not know how to speak. Hearing Xiao Yang's request, it was shocked. Its 2 heads hurriedly swayed left and right. This meant that it could not, absolutely not. The double-headed king's serpent was very clear on its own strength. It was a level 8 martial master, while Xiao Yang was only a level 2 martial master. If it bit him, the poison would instantly kill him. Wouldn't that be harming him? Of course it wouldn't do it. The reason why it submitted to Xiao Yang was not because of Xiao Yang's talent or potential. It was because it was afraid of Flamingo. If it poisoned Xiao Yang to death, how could Flamingo let it go? Xiao Yang's top-notch poison technique, the tyrannical heaven-devouring poison technique, was the best technique in the world. It was the supreme master of all poisons. It was not afraid of any poison. On the contrary, any poison that encountered this technique could only crawl and submit. Xiao Yang looked at the double-headed king snake, shaking its head, and knew what it was thinking. He was too lazy to explain anything and directly ordered Flamingo, "Tell the double-headed king snake to bite me. I need snake venom." Flamingo nodded without hesitation. He had followed Xiao Yang for a long time and was clear about Xiao Yang's strength. He immediately flapped his wings and patted the double-headed king snake's head, giving the order in the monster language. Although the double-headed king snake was comparable to a level 8 martial master, it did not dare to disobey. This was because Flamingo's cultivation was higher than it, and he was a supreme martial ancestor. He did not think too much and opened his mouth, revealing sharp, poisonous fangs. He bit down on Xiaoyang's arm. After releasing his mouth, 2 deep holes appeared on Xiaoyang's arm. These small holes were bleeding. It was black blood, which meant that Xiaoyang had been poisoned. The moment the black blood appeared, Xiaoyang's arm quickly turned black from the hole. This black color represented the spread of the poison. It had to be said that the double-headed king snake's poison was quite overbearing and fierce. In less than half a blink of an eye, Xiaoyang's entire upper body had turned black. His face, nose, and ears were also pitch black. The double-headed king snake squinted its eyes and looked at Xiaoyang with some apprehension and some mockery. The apprehension was because it was afraid that Xiaoyang would be poisoned to death and it would have to pay with its life. The mockery was because it wanted to see Xiaoyang's embarrassment. Who asked him to be so arrogant? A mere level 2 martial master dared to challenge the snake venom of a level 8 martial master? Was this not courting death? Xiaoyang felt the invasion of the snake venom and his heart tightened. Chapter 104. He had also underestimated the power of the double-headed king snake's poison. He did not expect it to be so violent and overbearing. Xiaoyang immediately activated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique and activated his poison veins, quickly refining and absorbing the double-headed king snake's poison. Perhaps it was his first time absorbing it, but his cultivation soared rapidly. In less than 10 breaths of time, he advanced from 2nd stage martial master to 3rd stage martial master and completely absorbed the poison of the 3 demon pets. Phew! He let out a deep breath, his eyes revealing a bright light. A smile appeared on his face as he happily said, "Awesome! All right, let's stop cultivating here for today. Haste makes waste." Xiaoyang was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. He slowly stood up and walked out of the cultivation room with them, who had shrunk by several times. When Xiaoyang walked out of the cultivation room, he saw Xiao Dalai. He could not help but be startled as he asked, "Dalai, aren't you participating in the clan tournament? Why did you give up?" Xiao Dalai was also startled as he asked in confusion, "Boss, the clan tournament has already ended. The top 10 are already out. You actually don't know." This made Xiaoyang feel a little awkward. Perhaps he had been focused on cultivation and neglected the time. Xiao Dalai quickly understood and explained with a smile, "Boss, I think you've become muddle-headed from cultivation. It's been 2 days since the clan tournament ended. Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Donglai, and Lin Shanshan have all entered the top 5. Xiaoyang suddenly realized that 2 days had already passed. He frowned as to Lin Shanshan and the rest entering the top 5, but he did not say anything in the end. "Oh right, boss, Xiao Jingtian and the rest have all gone to receive their rewards. You should hurry up and go too," Xiao Dalai reminded him. The top 10 of the clan tournament all had generous rewards. Those people had long been overjoyed to receive their rewards. Only Xiaoyang was so busy cultivating that he even forgot about this. Xiaoyang was also very curious about the rewards the family would give him. What he needed the most now was poison pills. He immediately ignored Xiao Dalai and turned to walk out of the cave. Normally, the rewards would be received at the mission hall. He had already been here several times and was already familiar with the place. He went straight to the counter and stood in front of the old woman at counter 2. He calmly said, "I'm Xiaoyang, ranked 1st in the clan tournament. I'm here to receive my reward." When the old woman at counter 2 saw Xiaoyang, she had a smile on her face. This Xiaoyang had once exchanged for quite a few things from her, causing her achievement points to rapidly increase. She had already received the attention of the important figure's attention. She immediately walked out from behind the counter and bowed to Xiaoyang, saying, "Xiaoyang, young man, you are very good. Normally, people receive their rewards from me, but your reward is very special." Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. If he didn't receive his reward here, where would he go to receive it? It couldn't be that there weren't any rewards, right? That would be very disappointing. When the old woman saw Xiao Yang's expression, she knew that Xiao Yang was thinking too much. She hurriedly explained, "Young man Xiao Yang, don't think too much. Someone from the top has already given the order. Take this command token and go to this location. You will receive your reward." The old woman took out the command token and a map from the counter. She pointed at the location on the map and showed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't lose the reward for the clan tournament. This was a huge reward. For the penniless Xiao Yang, he naturally wanted to receive it. After all, this was the result of his hard work. "Thank you very much." After Xiao Yang received the command token and the map, he politely said a few words and turned around to leave. Just as he walked out of the mission hall, he saw a familiar figure. It was Xiao Qin, who had his cultivation crippled during the grand duel. As his gaze continued to move, he saw an elegant figure beside Xiao Qin. It was Lin Shanshan. Xiao Yang was expressionless as he pretended not to see them. He planned to take a detour. He didn't have a good impression of these two people and didn't want to have any contact with them. Xiao Yang. It could be said that the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiao Qin took the initiative to call out to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang frowned and couldn't help but stop. With his back facing them, he said with disgust, "Is something the matter?" Xiao Qin wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he sighed and said that it was nothing. After that, he sent Xiao Yang off with his eyes. He could tell with a glance that, in a short 2 days, Xiao Yang had increased his cultivation by another level. He had become a powerful 3rd grade martial master. This dealt a heavy blow to his heart. A genius would always be a genius. He would never be able to compare himself with him. Looking at his broken meridians, he could only feel pain and regret in his heart. Actually, Xiao Chen wanted to apologize to Xiao Yang. However, when he saw that Xiao Yang had broken through another level, he suddenly realized that his apology was no longer worthy of Xiao Yang. In other words, he had been left far behind by Xiao Yang. He was just like an ant. Who would care about an ant's apology? Since he was young, he had been jealous of Xiao Yang's talent. Later, in order to surpass Xiao Yang, he didn't hesitate to use Lin Shanshan to destroy Xiao Yang. After experiencing 2 life and death situations, Xiao Qin knew that he was wrong from the start. Although Xiao Yang had beaten him badly, he didn't hold any grudges. He knew that he had only himself to blame. As for Lin Shanshan, her complexion turned into a sigh. The more outstanding Xiao Yang was, the greater the blow to her, especially after seeing that Xiao Yang was a 3rd grade martial master. She didn't even dare to think about reconciling with him. How could she be worthy of such an outstanding genius like Xiao Yang? She regretted her choice. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen's bewitchment and temptation, how could she have reached this point? Thinking of this, her heart ached. Looking at Xiao Chen, whose cultivation had been crippled, her eyes revealed disdain and disgust. "Xiao Chen, I'm going home first." Lin Shanshan said to Xiao Chen, then turned and left. This made Xiao Chen feel even more bitter. Only one person smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the 3 of them would end up like this. After Xiao Yang walked away, he didn't think about the 2 people anymore. To him, the past was the past. He just needed to let it go. He opened the map and glanced at it. He knew that the place he was going to was the Immeasurable Cave. The Immeasurable Cave was one of the forbidden areas of the Xiao family. Xiao Yang had once accidentally entered the Immeasurable Cave. Later, he was sent out of the forbidden area by a mysterious force. Regarding this, Xiao Yang had always felt that the Immeasurable Cave was very strange and mysterious. This time, he was going to the Immeasurable Cave again. It could satisfy Xiao Yang's curiosity to a large extent. The Immeasurable Cave was located on a mountain peak behind the mountains. This mountain peak was covered with restrictions and formations. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it, let alone break in. At that time, Xiao Yang had only entered by chance. Now it was different. With the map and an identity pass, he smoothly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 105. In the past, he was unable to discover the restrictions and formations here. Now that he was a third-order martial master, with a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately sensed the complexity and terror of the formations, as well as the strange restrictions. If he dared to recklessly touch them, the power of the formations and restrictions would instantly destroy him. This made Xiao Yang feel apprehensive. At the same time, he secretly sighed that he was too lucky when he was young to be fine even after entering this place. He took out his identity token and strode towards the mountain peak. The moment his foot landed, he immediately felt waves of energy sweep across his body. In the end, because of the token, these strange waves did not harm Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang walked for half a cup of tea's time and successfully arrived at the immeasurable cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and calmly looked at the sealed immeasurable cave. He shouted, "Junior Xiao Yang is here to receive the clan's reward." Rumble. The heavy stone door slowly opened, emitting a loud noise. As the stone door opened, no one walked out. This made Xiao Yang frown again. Could it be that he was going to enter the immeasurable cave alone? Xiao Yang was very afraid. No one knew what was inside and whether there would be unknown dangers. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll just take things as they come. With Flamingo and the double-headed king snake, there's no need to be too afraid. He comforted himself. After sizing up the immeasurable cave, he lifted his foot and slowly walked in. There was no light in the immeasurable cave, only endless darkness. Moreover, it was cold and filled with a dense killing intent. This made Xiao Yang even more dignified. The immeasurable cave has a total of 3 stages. Those who pass the 3 stages will receive an immeasurable reward. The ancient voice filled the entire cave, causing Xiao Yang's heart to tense up once again. Logically speaking, he was already first in the clan's tournament and could directly receive the reward. Now that he had passed the test, the clan was simply too shameless. This made Xiao Yang very unhappy. However, it was fine. Since he was here, he might as well go ahead. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. It was pitch black here, and he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes. He had no choice but to release his divine sense to scout his surroundings. His divine sense spread out like seawater, enveloping a radius of 300 meters. He had a basic understanding of this boundless cave. There were many skeletons in the immeasurable cave. These skeletons had existed for who knew how many years. There were cobwebs everywhere, and there was even dust on them. The slightest touch would cause the bones to shatter into dust. The immeasurable cave was not a deep cave with only one path. There were countless forks in it, and each fork had a different entrance and exit. It was very complicated, and even Xiao Yang was not confident that he could enter and exit easily. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Should he enter or not? Once he entered, he might not be able to come out. Once he left, the reward and fortune would be gone. Xiao Yang comforted himself by telling himself that he had to be brave. He released the double-headed king snake and instructed, "After all, you are the guardian beast of the Xiao family. Lead the way, and I will follow you." The double-headed king snake glanced at the immeasurable cave, its eyes filled with fear. It then shook its head at Xiao Yang, expressing its refusal. Xiao Yang became even more dignified. A demonic beast's sense of danger was much stronger than a human's. Even the double-headed king snake, a level 8 martial master, felt fear. Wouldn't he, a level 2 martial master, be sending himself to his death? After thinking about it, Xiao Yang also became ruthless. He lightly snorted and said, "Flamingo, come out and help. We're going to explore this immeasurable cave." The double-headed king snake was at the front, Flamingo was at the back, and Xiao Yang was in the middle. The bloodthirsty ice worm was also prepared. It crawled on Xiao Yang's shoulder, vigilantly looking around. After advancing for more than 100 feet, Xiao Yang saw the back of an old man. This back was actually somewhat familiar. He was so frightened that his eyes involuntarily shrank and his heart tightened. This was because this back was not someone he recognized in this life, but someone he had seen in his previous life. This person was actually the poison demon. The poison sovereign and the poison demon were two extremes. Although they were both poisonous, one was righteous while the other was evil and vicious. They were constantly entangled with each other. Xiao Yang did not expect that he would actually see the ancient poison demon here. However, this poison demon seemed to have been dead for many years. His hands and feet were bound by the 9 netherfrost iron. He carefully walked closer and saw a sentence carved at the poison demon's feet. "Poison sovereign, you can't trap me." This made Xiao Yang even more shocked. He could not help but widen his eyes as he looked at the back of the old man in shock. The poison sovereign that the other party was talking about should be his previous life. Could it be that he had trapped the poison demon here in his previous life? How come he had no memory of it at all? Roar! At that moment, a loud, demonic beast's roar was heard. Xiao Yang hurriedly collected his thoughts and scanned with his spiritual perception. He saw the demonic beast. It was not an ordinary demonic beast, but a poison demon. Xiao Yang recognized this poison demon. This poison demon was once the poison demon's mount. He did not expect to be trapped here as well. This poison demon seemed to hate Xiao Yang very much, but he also seemed to be filled with fear toward Xiao Yang. He looked both hateful and fearful. "Poison demon, it's you? How did the poison demon die?" Xiao Yang walked in front of the poison demon and looked at him expressionlessly. The poison demon's green eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. After a while, he opened his mouth and spat out a jade slip for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. This jade slip had existed for far too long and looked a little damaged. Xiao Yang had no choice but to carefully activate it. As Xiao Yang injected his cultivation, the jade slip immediately flashed. Immediately following that, the light condensed into a shattered afterimage. This afterimage was on the verge of collapse and would probably not last more than 20 breaths of time. This afterimage was none other than the poison demon's figure. This left Xiao Yang extremely shocked. "Poison demon, it's you? What in the world happened?" Xiao Yang asked in shock. Poison demon looked at Xiao Yang with a complicated gaze. After a while, he sighed faintly and said with emotion, "It must be the will of the heavens." He slowly said, "Poison sovereign, I never expected you to live in such a manner. It seems like there really is a first volume of the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art." This left Xiao Yang even more puzzled. How did the other party remove the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art that he cultivated? He heard poison demon continue, "Poison sovereign, do you know why I wanted to kill you for so many years? It was because I wanted to obtain your heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art. The heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art is the first volume of the Heavenly Book. I cultivated the second volume of the Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, time did not wait for me. Forget it. Poison sovereign, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you the second volume of the Heavenly Book. I hope you can achieve something." He raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yang. An ancient scroll condensed with the words "heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art," second volume of the Heavenly Book. After Poison Demon handed over the scroll, his figure slowly dissipated. What he left behind was only an afterimage. Too much time had passed, and he had lost a lot of spirit energy. If Xiao Yang did not come, he could only die silently. Chapter 106. Seeing Poison Demon dissipate, Poison Demon couldn't help but roar in grief, tears falling from his eyes. Then his whole body ignited in flames. This was spontaneous combustion, wanting to follow Poison Demon. "Poison Demon, you?" Xiao Yang breathed heavily, looking at Poison Demon with a sorrowful face. Poison Demon glanced at Xiao Yang, opened his mouth, and directly spat out his poison pearl, giving it to Xiao Yang. Then his body slowly dissipated as it burned. Sigh. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh, his face full of melancholy. After all, he had the memories of his previous life as the eternal poison sovereign. To be able to see someone from the same era again, whether the other party was friend or foe, was always a good thing. He didn't expect the other party to leave. Without experiencing it, you wouldn't understand the lonely and innocent feeling. At least, Xiao Yang's heart was sad at this moment. After staying here for half a day, Xiao Yang recovered his emotions and thoughts and reignited his fighting spirit. He held Poison Demon's Poison Pearl in one hand and the heaven-devouring Poison Supreme Technique in the other, silent for a long time. He always thought that the heaven-devouring Poison Supreme Technique he cultivated was the top technique in the world. He didn't expect that this was only the first volume of the Heavenly Book. Xiao Yang also understood why Poison Demon chased after him in his previous life. It turned out that the other party had the second volume of the Heavenly Book. But no one expected the result to be like this. Poison Demon died, and the Poison Supreme reincarnated. Xiao Yang sighed for a while, put away the heaven-devouring Poison Supreme Technique and Poison Pearl, and said in a lonely voice, "Let's go, let's continue forward." One person led 3 demon pets through the immeasurable cave. It was as if they had stepped into the second stage. The environment here was completely different from the previous one. This place was filled with endless poisonous gas. These poisonous gases were all different, and they were all different. It was as if they had entered a world of poisonous gases. Xiao Yang was happy and excited. He immediately ordered, "You 3 protect me. The poisonous gas here is dense. I want to absorb it again." After all, he had a poison body and also condensed a poison vein. So, the more poisonous a place was, the more advantageous it was for him. He could use poison to cultivate. He took a deep breath. Xiao Yang could feel dozens of different kinds of poisonous gas entering his body. He hurriedly operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and quickly refined and absorbed them. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Once he sat down, it felt like an eternity. He couldn't feel the passage of time here. When Xiao Yang opened his eyes again, he had already broken through a realm and was now a level 4 martial master. He had also absorbed more than 60% of the poisonous gas in the area. Even the air had become much thinner. The double-headed king snake, flamingo, and bloodthirsty ice silkworm were all very excited. In this dense poisonous gas, they became even more lively and active, as if they liked the poisonous gas very much. "Go ahead and absorb it if you like. I'll watch over you," Xiao Yang said indifferently. He was now a powerful rank 4 martial master. His words and actions were filled with absolute confidence. The 3 demon pets didn't hesitate at all. They immediately entered a state of cultivation, desperately absorbing the thick poisonous gas around them. The double-headed king snake used the poisonous gas to condense his fangs. Flamingo used the poisonous gas to raise his nihility flame. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm was constantly refining all kinds of poisonous gas, full of joy. After another period of time, the poisonous gas here was almost exhausted. The 3 demon pets finished absorbing the remaining 40% of the poisonous gas. Each of them was full of energy, and their cultivation had advanced. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They had all gained a lot. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yang knew that they had gained a lot. He smiled and said, "Let's go." They continued to move forward and seemed to have reached the next stage. The environment of this stage was different from the previous 2 stages. This was a huge cultivation room. In this cultivation room, there were actually 2 people sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Xiao Yang knew both of them. Ancestor, Pavilion Master. Xiao Yang was a little excited as he shouted at them. Whether it was the Xiao family's ancestor or the Pavilion Master of the Poison Medicine Pavilion, they were both martial ancestor realm cultivators. It had been 20 years since they had appeared. "Xiao Yang, you're here." The ancestor slowly opened his eyes. A kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Xiaoyang, your talent is not bad. The pavilion master of the poison medicine pavilion also praised and nodded at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang knew that they were still alive and was even happier. He hurriedly bowed with cupped fists and said, Xiaoyang pays his respects to the ancestor and the pavilion master. We know what happened outside. You're the champion of this family tournament. The ancestor spoke kindly. His gaze sized up Xiaoyang's body and said faintly, I can see that you're cultivating the poison art. I'll give you a black high grade poison pill as your reward. How is it? Are you satisfied? As he spoke, he took out a pitch-black poison pill. This poison pill was only the size of a thumb, but its toxicity was extremely strong. Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that this poison pill was a black high grade poison pill. His eyes revealed a greedy light. His expression was excited and his heart was thumping. A black high grade poison pill was enough for him to advance 3 ranks. Satisfied. Thank you, ancestor. Xiaoyang hurriedly thanked the ancestor. His expression was excited and overjoyed. The Xiao family's ancestor chuckled. He felt that Xiaoyang was quite cute. With a flick of his finger, he threw the poison pill to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang caught it and carefully protected it, afraid that the poison pill would disappear. This brat, to think that you're a high-grade alchemist. This is a disgrace to the poison medicine pavilion. Forget it. I'll also give you a black high-grade poison pill. Seeing Xiaoyang's appearance, the pavilion master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also took out a poison pill and threw it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang became even more excited. Although the second time he took a black high-grade poison pill, it would at least allow him to advance by 2 ranks. In other words, these 2 black high-grade poison pills could allow him to break through 5 ranks and reach the 9th stage martial master. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang was extremely excited. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, pavilion master. I'll work hard and won't let you down. Xiaoyang hurriedly thanked them and patted his chest to make a promise. The Xiao family's ancestor and the pavilion master looked at each other and said slowly, Xiaoyang, according to the news we received, the Lin and Wang families of Donglin town can't sit still anymore. So you have to support the Xiao family. Do you understand? As for the current patriarch, Xiao Wanyan, he's not good in any aspect. After this matter is over, we'll replace him. Yes, I'll do my best to protect the Xiao family. Xiaoyang said firmly. He had already treated this place as his home. If he didn't even want his home, what could he do even if he became the strongest person in the world? Okay, you can go now. The Xiao family's ancestor nodded and looked at Xiaoyang with satisfaction. Chapter 107. Xiaoyang once again bowed to them with cupped fists before taking his leave. He was still rather respectful towards these 2 martial ancestor realm almighties. As he turned to leave, he suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask, I still have something to ask. Are there 3 tests in this immeasurable cave? Yes. Xiaoyang had some doubts in his heart. It was puzzling that he had encountered his old enemies from his previous life, the poison demon and the poison demon, in this immeasurable cave. What was even more puzzling was that there were countless poisonous gases inside. The amount of poisonous gases was indescribable. If one had to pass through those 2 places to reach this place, then it was impossible for the Xiao family's patriarch and the pavilion master of the poison medicine pavilion to not know about it. Once these words were spoken, the Xiao family's patriarch and the pavilion master of the poison medicine pavilion were somewhat stunned. Puzzled, they looked at Xiaoyang and asked, Where did this come from? Seeing that their expressions did not seem to be fake, Xiaoyang could not help but frown. He thought to himself, could it be that this situation is only directed at me? However, he could not explain it clearly. He could not say that he was the ancient poison lord in his previous life, nor could he say that he knew the poison demon and the poison demon. Even more so, he could not say that he had the poisoned physique and completely relied on poison to cultivate. If he said any of these, the other party would scoff and not believe him. The Shao family's patriarch explained, "This immeasurable cave is purely a cave abode. It is specially provided for us, two old fellows, to cultivate here. Could it be that you have encountered something?" Xiaoyang could only casually find an excuse to brush them off and then leave. Before leaving, the Shao family's patriarch asked Xiaoyang to keep it a secret for the time being. He did not want outsiders to know that they were cultivating here. Xiaoyang naturally agreed. He also quickly guessed their goal. They definitely wanted to lure out the rebels and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Xiaoyang was naturally in full support of this. Xiaoyang left the cultivation room. As soon as he stepped out, the light of a formation swept over and instantly enveloped him. Immediately after, Xiaoyang's body was swept up by the formation's power and instantly arrived at the entrance of the immeasurable cave. In front of him was still a huge stone door. This immeasurable cave is truly interesting and bizarre. I can't see through it now, but it doesn't mean I won't have a chance to see through it in the future. Xiaoyang consoled himself as he grew even more curious about the immeasurable cave. He distanced himself from the mountain. After reaching the foot of the mountain, he began to count his spoils of war. It could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. There was the second volume of the heavenly book, the heaven-devouring poison supreme art. This cultivation technique was actually the second volume. Its might and value definitely could not be measured by ordinary people's thoughts. Thinking about the valiance of Poison Demon and Poison Demon, he knew that this cultivation technique was not ordinary. It was not inferior to the heaven-devouring poison supreme art at all. In addition to this terrifying cultivation technique, there was also a poisonous demon's demonic pearl. This demonic pearl was extraordinary and very useful. After all, it was a poisonous demon's demonic pearl, and the poison inside was incredible. Then there were the two black level upper grade poison pills, which were enough to raise his cultivation to the 9th level martial master realm. This was terrifying. In the entire Donglin town, a 9th level martial master could do whatever he wanted. Not to mention that the 3 demon pets also had their own gains. Xiaoyang left the foot of the mountain and returned to Xiao Wangu's residence. "Young master, you're back. You don't know, but you've been in the limelight recently. I've also benefited from it and received a lot of gifts." Xiao Man was very happy. The other party's gifts were simply impossible for her to refuse. He could find all kinds of strange reasons for giving gifts, and some even threatened her to accept them. This made her not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Man, not bad. Your cultivation has improved again." Xiao Yang glanced and immediately saw Xiao Man's improvement. The two of them went to find Xiao Wangu together. Xiao Wangu was actually not at home. Even Xiao Man did not know about this. "Young master, I don't know when the master left. I remember that he was still in the study this morning." Xiao Man looked at Xiao Yang with some apprehension, thinking that the young master would not be disappointed in her, right? After all, as a maid, she had to serve the master and the young master. She didn't even know when the master left. It was simply too dereliction of duty. It's fine. As the third elder of the family, father is very busy. In addition, I've been promoted to first place in the family competition. I have to deal with the attitude of all parties and branches. Let him be busy. Xiao Yang comforted her. Now that Xiao Yang was in the limelight, Xiao Wangu's status would naturally rise as well. In addition, Xiao Wangu's strength was not bad, his management ability was also outstanding, and he was also deeply popular. With Xiao Yang as a foil, his power would definitely soar. Boss, are you there?" Xiao Dalai and Li Dezue's shouts came from outside the courtyard. This made Xiao Yang frown. "Young master, someone is looking for you." Xiao Man also heard it and reminded him. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and came to the door. "Dezue Delay, the two of you are looking for me?" Xiao Yang asked. This time, only the two of them came. He remembered that under normal circumstances, the other party would be with Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others. Could it be that something happened? Yes, boss. Actually, we didn't want to trouble you, but in our hearts, we were really worried and worried. Xiao Dalei frowned tightly and revealed a worried look. His expression was anxious. Li Dezue was the same. Tell me what happened. Xiao Yang said calmly. Our fathers are all out on a family mission. According to the time, they should be back by now, but they haven't returned yet. According to the information we received, it seems that the Wang family is also heading to the place where they are on a mission. Li Dezue hurriedly said, not daring to delay. Xiao Yang came to a realization. The Xiao family and the Wang family had been in conflict since ancient times. The other party relied on the support of the main family of Yang City, so they repeatedly provoked the Xiao family. This time, if the other party was specifically targeting the Xiao family, the people who went out on a mission would be in danger. Let's go and take a look. Also, you guys go and check the specific location of their mission and see if there are any distress signals sent back. Xiao Yang ordered. Generally speaking, every Xiao family member who went out on a mission would carry a communication jade slip with them. Once they encountered danger, they would send out a signal. Swoosh! The moment Xiao Yang's words fell, a fist-sized light instantly flew over from afar, wanting to fly to the mission hall. Without saying a word, Xiao Yang reached out with one hand and unleashed his cultivation base. The beam of light that was flying towards him was immediately caught by Xiao Yang. When the light dissipated, the jade slip inside was revealed. Li Dezue and Xiao Dalei also looked at the jade slip curiously. Xiao Yang released his cultivation and activated the jade slip. Immediately after, the voice of the Xiao family member came out of the jade slip. Request for help. Request for help. The location is the demonic beast forest. The Wang family wants to steal the fruits of our efforts. After that, the jade slip returned to its original state. Chapter 108. Xiao Dalei's expression changed, and he became even more worried. He said, Boss, it's my father, Xiao Daqiong's voice. Li Dazue also hurriedly said, My father and Uncle Xiao Daqiong are best friends. They're on a mission together. Xiao Yang did not waste any more time. Since someone at the front line was asking for help, the situation must be urgent. He immediately said, Go back and pack your equipment. I'll bring you to the demonic beast forest. Remember, this is a desperate mission. Bring whatever life-saving items you have. I'll go and borrow a flying ship. Xiao Yang turned around and walked toward the mission hall. When he saw the old woman at counter number 2 again, he did not exchange pleasantries. He took out the jade slip from before and activated it with his cultivation. Then he repeated the same words again. The old woman and the person in charge of counter number 1's expression changed slightly. They snorted and said, How dare this Wang family member be so presumptuous? Xiao Yang said indifferently, I'm going to save them. I need a flying ship. It would be best if there's a teleportation formation. The old woman hesitated and said awkwardly, Young man, I can give you the flying ship. However, even with a flying ship, it will take at least half a day to get to the demonic beast forest from here. So I hope you can use the teleportation formation. However, she seemed to be in an even more difficult position. However what? Xiao Yang could not help but urge. If there was a teleportation formation, they could reach the demonic beast forest in an instant and greatly reduce the pressure on Xiao Daqiong and the others. The front line members were fighting for their lives. As their backing, their families naturally had to provide support immediately. The old woman did not waste any time and hurriedly said, The teleportation formation consumes too much energy, and it's very troublesome to set up. If you want to use it, you'll need to use something as collateral. Xiao Yang did not say anything. He took out the level 4 Evil Cultivator's identity token and slammed it on the counter. The old woman and the old man's eyelids twitched when they saw it. Oh my god, it's actually a level 4 evil cultivator's identity token. Amazing, amazing. They knew very well how difficult it was to deal with a level 4 heretic. Even they could only run away when they encountered a level 4 heretic. They didn't expect Xiaoyang, a junior, to be able to obtain this token. He was too amazing and much more outstanding than them. One had to know that the fighting strength of a level 4 evil cultivator was comparable to a martial arts grandmaster, especially their self-detonation technique. Even if they did not use this forbidden technique, their normal fighting strength was very strange and mysterious. They were extremely vicious and were comparable to a level 7 martial master. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyang, feeling that it was too unbelievable. No wonder Xiaoyang was the champion of the clan's tournament. If he wasn't capable, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. To be exact, even the first place in the clan's tournament was not as shocking as this grade 4 heretics token. All right, brother Xiaoyang, this is the teleportation point. This is the teleportation pass. It can teleport up to 3 people at a time, and it's a one-way teleportation. Get ready. The old woman didn't have time to be shocked. She knew that the situation was urgent. As long as there was a delay, the situation at the front line would become more dangerous. She hurriedly took out the blueprint and pass and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately turned and left. The old woman and old man were still in shock. They looked at Xiaoyang's back in disbelief as he left. Their breathing quickened as they said, "This Xiaoyang is too monstrous. He can even kill a grade 4 heretic. How old is he? I saw that his cultivation was only a level 2 martial master before." The old man pinched his beard and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was also shocked, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He corrected in surprise. "I saw that Xiaoyang's cultivation was already a level 4 martial master. My goodness! This kind of promotion speed is simply too abnormal. Xiaoyang is so mysterious and his fighting strength is so terrifying. With him going, we can rest assured. How can someone who can kill a grade 4 heretic, Gue Ruomo, be afraid of the Wang family? Oh, I forgot to give him a reward." The old woman's face was filled with regret. With Xiaoyang's token, the reward could not be compared to the items on the counter. The old man's face was filled with envy. With this exchange, the old woman's progress would be much faster than his. He was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have offended Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang once again returned to the courtyard and saw Xiao Dalai and Li Dezue waiting there. This time, the person asking for help was their father, so they were particularly nervous. "Boss, did you get the flying ship?" Xiao Dalai asked anxiously. The journey from here to the demonic beast forest was long. If they relied on their cultivation and movement techniques, it would take at least a day. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. If they had a flying ship, it would be twice the result with half the effort. They would only need half a day to arrive. The corner of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up as he showed them the teleportation location and the pass. He smiled and said, "Why do we need a flying ship? Just use the teleportation formation." The teleportation formation was of a much higher grade than the flying ship. Its speed was even more unbelievable. They would only need a few breaths of time to arrive at the demonic beast forest and participate in the call for help. "Boss, you are awesome. Too awesome. Amazing, hee hee." Li Dazue and Xiao Dalai both laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were no longer as nervous. "Xiaoman, stay at home and cultivate well. Strive to fight alongside us in the future." Xiaoyang instructed and left with Xiao Dalai and Li Dazue. This was not a suitable time to bring Xiaoman along. After all, they were not going to play. They were going to save someone. They were going to fight with the Wang family. They might even sacrifice themselves there. Xiaoman sent off Xiaoyang and the other two with her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She also wanted to accompany Xiaoyang at all times. She also wanted to fight alongside Xiaoyang on the battlefield. However, she also knew her own limitations. She knew that her cultivation was not enough. She nodded firmly and said, "Don't worry, young master. I will work hard. I will not let you leave me too far behind. Otherwise, I will not have the qualifications to serve you." She turned around and went back to cultivate. Ever since Xiaoyang had risen again, her cultivation resources had only increased. She did not have to worry about the lack of resources. This was greatly convenient for her to increase her cultivation speed. Xiaoyang and the other two arrived at the teleportation point on the map. It was another empty space in the Xiao family. When they were about to step into the teleportation range, someone immediately flew over from the sky. That person shouted and said majestically, "Outsiders are not allowed to barge in. Leave quickly." He was the guardian in charge of guarding the teleportation formation. He was a 4th stage martial master. Xiaoyang did not waste any time and took out his pass and map. After the other party checked and confirmed that there were no problems, he did not make things difficult for them. The 3 of them entered the teleportation range. Then the teleportation formation was activated. They were enveloped by a gentle light, and the power of teleportation suddenly erupted. Their figures instantly disappeared from where they stood. Chapter 109. Xiao Kaisheng, the guardian of the teleportation array, watched as Xiaoyang and the other 2 left. He angrily said, "Another few rich kids from a few families have gone out for fun." Regarding the situation, he felt that it was unfair. They were just employees of their families who had to do things for their families in exchange for cultivation resources. Those rich kids could often squander large amounts of money and even spend large amounts of money to teleport out. To them, teleportation was just for fun and to raise their status. Xiao Kaisheng had seen this situation many times, and the resentment in his heart grew even more. For workers like them, even if they lived frugally, they would barely have enough for cultivation. How could they have any money to squander? Slap. As soon as Xiao Kaisheng complained, he was immediately slapped on the head. Who dares to hit me?" Xiao Kaisheng was extremely angry. He was a 4th stage martial master, and this was based on the fact that he barely had enough cultivation resources. He could be considered to have some dignity, and in addition to the fact that he was the guardian of the teleportation array, he also had some authority. Ordinary people could only flatter and curry favor with him. Who would dare to seek death by slapping him? "Oh, Xiao Kaisheng, you've grown some face, haven't you? Have you grown wings? You even dare to scold me." The old woman in charge of the second counter of the mission hall appeared. She and Xiao Kaisheng were relatives, and this Xiao Kaisheng was her junior. She was worried that Xiao Kaisheng would make things difficult for Xiaoyang, and was afraid of causing a misunderstanding, so she followed him. Fortunately, Xiao Kaisheng understood the big picture and did not make things difficult for Xiaoyang. Otherwise, Xiao Kaisheng would have suffered. The old woman, who was about to leave, immediately heard Xiao Caisheng's complaints, and unhappily stood up to teach him a lesson. "Ah, it's Auntie. Hello, Auntie." Xiao Kaisheng was shocked. His original dignity and arrogance disappeared, and he hurriedly greeted the old woman. He revealed the appearance of an obedient child, but his eyes were filled with fear. His current cultivation level and status were all because of his aunt's guidance and nurturing. He was also very wary of his aunt. If you know, ask me and I'll tell you. The person who left just now is Xiaoyang, the winner of the family tournament. He even killed the level 4 heretic, Gui Ruamo. This time he didn't go out to play. He went to the front line to rescue Xiao Daqiong and the others. It is said that an elder of the Wang family has personally taken action. Xiaoyang has such courage and means at such a young age, and even has such a crazy combat strength. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to laugh at him? If it was anyone else, they would probably avoid it as soon as possible. How could they possibly invite trouble to themselves? The old woman pulled Xiao Caisheng's ear and scolded him fiercely. This caused Xiao Caisheng's face to be filled with shame. His heart was filled with regret. It turned out that not every rich family's son was so useless. It turned out that there were also capable people among the rich family's sons that were worthy of respect. I didn't know that he was going to ask for help. I know I was wrong. Next time, I will definitely apologize to Xiaoyang. He was very respectful to the juniors who were willing to sacrifice themselves to rescue the people at the front line. Nowadays, almost 99% of the younger generation were just muddling along and waiting to die. Their living conditions were very good, and the elders of the clan spoiled them to the heavens, not letting them experience any danger. How could such a greenhouse flower grow up? Not to mention, Xiaoyang had such a chivalrous spirit at such a young age, which was even more admirable. Especially when he heard that Xiaoyang had killed the level 4 heretic Gui Ruomo, he felt as if he was dreaming and felt that it must be fake. Xiao Kaixing had heard of Gui Ruomo's name before. Even if he were to meet Gui Ruomo, he would not be able to escape, let alone kill him. However, Xiaoyang had actually done it. Just this point alone made Xiao Kaixing feel that he was far inferior to Xiaoyang. It's good that you know. The old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Xiao Kaixing would be blind and offend Xiaoyang. She reminded him again, if possible, it's best to be on good terms with Xiaoyang. There will be benefits for you. If not, don't offend Xiaoyang. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. The old woman warned and turned to leave. After walking far away, she sighed. No one knew what she was sighing about. Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to be such an admirable person. I, Xiao Kaixing, will give you the highest respect. Xiao Kaixing muttered to himself and cupped his fists in the direction of the teleportation array. This was a sincere feeling from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyang did not know what happened here. When the three of them appeared again, they were already at the edge of the demonic beast forest. Have we arrived? So fast! Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei looked at the boundless mountains and lush vegetation around them and could not help but exclaim. The teleportation array was still more awesome. Xiaoyang's spiritual sense swept out like a flood, spreading in all directions. Soon he noticed that someone was walking towards them. From the clothes they were wearing, they were from the Wang family. Seeing the feedback of the spiritual sense, Xiaoyang's expression could not help but darken. His body released a murderous intent. Feeling the change in Xiaoyang, Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei were shocked. They hurriedly looked at Xiaoyang and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Is something big about to happen?" Xiaoyang instructed, "Go, hide first. 2 people from the Wang family are coming. Let's see clearly before we make a move." The 3 of them quickly burrowed into the dense grass at the side. Xiao family only had enmity towards the Wang family. The Wang family was the same. This hatred had been passed down for hundreds of years. Not long after they hid, 2 figures immediately appeared a few feet away from them. Just as Xiaoyang had said, those 2 people were from the Wang family. Their cultivations were not low. One was a 4th stage martial master, while the other was a 5th stage martial master. They were not juniors of the Wang family and were 1 generation older than Xiaoyang. Damn it, didn't they say that the Xiao family's teleportation destination was set here? Why can't I see anyone? One of the Wang family members complained. His expression was ruthless and gloomy. That 5th elder is really something. I already said that there's no one here, but he still sent us over. Isn't this to reduce the pressure on Xiao Daqiang and the others? Another Wang family member was angry at the 5th elder, his heart filled with resentment. Xiaoyang, who was controlling, gestured to Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei. This meant that they were going to attack a 4th stage martial master with all their might. After the 2 of them understood the meaning, Xiaoyang instantly rushed out and used the firmament palm technique on the Wang family member. A majestic, 5-fingered, palm-shaped mountain rumbled as it crushed down on the Wang family member. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The 4th stage martial master of the Wang family was ambushed and had a dumbfounded expression. In an instant he was seriously injured and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 110. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei took out their magic treasures and talismans and bombarded him. Xiao Yang did not hold back. With a flip of his hand, he used the 1,000 poisonous palms. A poisonous palm landed on the unlucky guy's body, causing his chest to cave in, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He did not even have the time to scream before he was half crippled. Now that he had no fighting strength left, he could only lie on the ground and wail in pain. "3 little bastards, you're courting death." Following Xiao Yang, Li Dazue, and Xiao Dalei's lightning-fast attacks, the fifth-order martial master from the Wang family had already reacted. With a roar, he waved his hand and slapped the 3 of them. In his eyes, Xiao Yang and the other 2 were nothing to worry about because they were all juniors. At such a young age, how powerful could their cultivation be? If it was not for the sneak attack just now, his companions would not have been injured to such an extent. Now he decided to ruthlessly torture Xiao Yang and the other 2 to death. He could also use their lives to attack Xiao Daqiang and see if he would submit. Get out of the way. Xiao Yang knew that the opponent's cultivation was terrifying and was 1 realm higher than his. He grabbed Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei and left them behind. The opponent's strength was not something that the 2 of them could resist. They were only martial artists and had not even broken through to martial master. If they rashly went up, they would only be courting death. Heaven and Earth Mirror. Xiao Yang roared and took out the Earth rank magic treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mirror, and launched a powerful attack on the enemy. The Heaven and Earth Mirror instantly expanded, and the surface of the mirror was as smooth as snow. The force of the opponent's palm strike was all tilted onto the mirror. Immediately after, the mirror reversed the force of the opponent's palm strike and struck the original person's body. What? The Wang family member's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. He could not believe it. The palm strike that he had used just now had actually hit his body with all its force. This made him very terrified. In desperation, he could only conjure a defensive light shield to block the palm attack. That palm attack was the one he was most familiar with, and the palm power it contained was even more unbelievable. It was precisely because he knew how terrifying it was that he did not dare to be careless. Just as he was about to defend himself, Xiao Yang immediately followed up with 1,000 poisonous hands. This martial skill, 1,000 poison hands, was originally a heaven-grade martial skill. It was just that Xiao Yang's cultivation was not high enough, so he was unable to unleash its absolute power. However, he was now a 4th stage martial master, and the power of the 1,000 poisonous hands was comparable to a high-grade, profound martial skill. Countless black palm prints instantly covered the sky and shrouded the enemy. This is actually a profound, grade martial skill. Oh my God. The Wang family member couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with fear as he hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. Want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Xiao Yang sneered. He also used his movement skill and increased his speed to the extreme. In an instant, he caught up with him and used the firmament palm again to crush his opponent. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the 5th stage martial master was directly slapped to the ground by the huge palm force. Xiao Yang once again used 1,000 poisonous hands, and the poisonous palm prints bombarded the opponent's back. Bang! Wang Kaisin was directly hit. The clothes on his back received the impact of the force and directly exploded. A clear, 5-fingered palm print appeared on his skin. The palm print was black and was imprinted on his back. Wang Kaisin felt extreme pain not only from the impact of his cultivation, but also from the corrosion of the poison. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. He let out a wail and scream. In less than 2 breaths of time, his entire upper body was filled with poison. Xiao Yang sneered and immediately used the heaven-devouring poison tyrant's secret art. He activated the poison vein in his body and controlled the poison in the enemy's body. The poison was like locusts constantly invading and devouring the opponent's internal organs. It even seeped into the opponent's meridians, destroying the opponent's internal organs and disturbing the operation of his meridians. Wang Kaisan let out an even more miserable scream and shouted at Xiaoyang, "You bastard! Kill me if you have the ability!" Right now, he was simply living a life worse than death. If he could die, he would be willing to die. Kill you? You think it's too simple. Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with contempt, his face full of ridicule. He increased the strength of the poison, desperately biting and corroding the opponent's internal organs. This caused Wang Kaisan to be in so much pain that his face was hideous. His whole body twitched on the ground. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just as he was about to be unable to hold on, he suddenly felt the opponent's attack slow down. He heard Xiaoyang slowly say to him, "Submit to me or else." After these words, Xiaoyang once again controlled the poison to attack wildly. This caused Wang Kaisan to scream miserably. The situation was very tragic and extremely cruel. It was because of the difference in strength that Wang Kaisan felt that the pain this time was thousands of times worse than before. It was unbearable, and he couldn't even speak. He hurriedly nodded at Xiaoyang, indicating that he agreed to submit. Xiaoyang then slowed down a little. He used the poison to retreat and condense it, hiding in a place where the opponent couldn't find it. As long as the opponent dared to act rashly, he could control the poison to attack again. I submit. Wang Kaisan looked weak and feeble. He was so weak that even his words were intermittent. Then you'd better listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer 100 times more. You have to believe that I have the means and ability to do so. Xiaoyang threatened the opponent. Wang Kaisan repeatedly nodded, indicating that he understood. He didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to Xiaoyang. The feeling just now was worse than death. He didn't want to go through it again. Their conversation was heard by another member of the Wang family. Killing intent flashed in Wang Kaisan's eyes because he submitted to Xiaoyang. This meant that he had betrayed the Wang family. If his companions found out, he would definitely die without a burial place. The best way was to directly kill the other party. Xiaoyang's eyes revealed a playful look. His gaze also fell on the half-crippled Wang family member. At the same time, he signaled Li Dazue and Xiao Dalai. The half-crippled Wang family member was terrified. He naturally knew what their gazes meant. He was terrified to the extreme. Wang Kaisan, you dare to betray the Wang family. You don't want to live anymore. You're courting death. Wang Kaisan shouted loudly, trying to ease his emotions. Xiaoyang slowly got up and instructed Wang Kaisan, "All right, you go back to your elders now. You don't have to care about the things here. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Chapter 111. Wang Kaisan didn't even think about it and immediately used his movement technique to leave. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible so that he wouldn't have to suffer here. To him, Xiaoyang was like a demon from hell, cruel, cold, vicious, and heartless. He didn't want to face Xiaoyang. Maybe after he left this place, he could think of a way to remove the poison in his body. As long as the poison in his body was removed, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Wang Kaisan relaxed a little. "Boss, if you let him go, what if he betrays you?" Li Dazue looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. Although he didn't understand Xiaoyang's actions, he didn't object. He felt that Xiaoyang would have his own arrangements and plans, so he and Xiao Dalai didn't chase after him. Xiaoyang chuckled and explained with disdain, "Don't worry, only I can remove the poison in this person. Where can he run to?" Li Dazue and Xiao Dalai both laughed. So there was such an arrangement. Their gazes fell on Wang Kaisan. You, what do you want?" "Let me tell you, I am the steward of the Wang family. Do you little brats want to start a war with the Wang family? Don't joke around. The consequences are not something you can afford to offend. Wang Kaisin was now in a half-crippled state and had almost no fighting strength. He was panicking. The master and disciple roared to relieve the pressure. Slap. Xiao Yang didn't even think about it and directly rewarded him with a slap. He coldly snorted and said, "Shut the F*** CK up. Whatever I ask, you answer. As for starting a war with your Wang family, I'm not afraid." Wang Kaisin felt extremely humiliated. He immediately glared at the three people in front of him with bloodshot eyes and threatened, "You three hairy monkeys, let me tell you, if it wasn't for your sneak attack, I would have killed you in minutes." Yes, he was very confident in himself. It was as if he didn't see the scene where Wang Kaisin was forced to submit to Xiao Yang. "Who from your family led the way? How many people came? What's their cultivation?" Xiao Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He shouted and asked with a cold face, "You think I'll tell you? Do you think I'm like Wang Kaisin, who betrayed his family and submitted to you? Dream on, don't even think about it." Wang Kaidong seemed to be very courageous as he shouted at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang laughed coldly, his eyes revealing a ferocious look. He glanced at Xiao, Daily Eye, and Li Dazui and said calmly, "You only have 10 breaths of time to interrogate. Regardless of whether you can get the answer in 10 breaths of time, we have to leave this place. As for how to deal with him, I think you have arrangements." After he gave the order, he immediately walked away. He didn't want to waste any more words with the other party. No one knew what kind of situation Xiao Tianqiong and the others were currently facing. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Xiao Yang's instructions to the two of them contained the intention to kill the other party. Li Dazue and Xiao Dailiai looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Their faces immediately darkened, and they stared at Wang Kaidong with killing intent. They shouted, "I'll give you 5 breaths of time. If you speak, you can live. If you don't, you'll die." Li Dazue began to pull his fingers. Every time a breath passed, he would pull off one of his fingers. There were a total of 5 fingers on one hand. When the 4th finger was pulled off, Wang Kaisin clearly revealed a panicked look, and his expression became even more complicated. 5. "Big mouth," Li suddenly roared. Xiao Dailiai also knew that time was up, so he immediately unleashed his cultivation, wanting to kill the other party. I'll talk. It's the Wang family's 5th elder." He felt the strong killing intent released by Xiao Dailiai. If he still cared about his integrity and refused to speak, the other party would immediately kill him. In the face of life and death, he could no longer care about dignity and integrity. It was better to save his life first. "Didn't you see that even Wang Kaisin has betrayed us? I don't make a difference. With one person starting, the people who betrayed later would feel much more at ease. Why aren't you explaining in detail?" Xiao Dailiai frowned and stared coldly at the other party. He did not relax the cultivation in his hands. Yes. I'll talk. Wang Kaidong was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said, "The leader is the 5th elder, and his cultivation is at the 7th stage of the martial master realm. There are 9 followers. 5 of them are at the 6th stage of the martial master realm, and the other 4 are below the 5th stage of the martial master realm." Wang Kaisin said simply and clearly, "I've already said everything. You can't kill me. You have to keep your promise." After Wang Kaidong finished the information in one breath, he immediately begged for mercy from Xiao Dailiai and the other 2. His expression was terrified, afraid that the other party would not keep their word. Although Xiao Yang stood a little further away, the other party's conversation fell into his ears. He did not expect the Wang family's lineup to be so strong. A dignified 5th elder personally led the team, and there were even 5 6th-stage martial masters. This kind of combat strength could not be underestimated. His mood became heavy. "Daily I go. Quickly send a signal back to the family and tell them what happened here. To Xiaoyang, although he did not necessarily need to ask for help, he should let the family know about the information, so that they would not underestimate the situation here. Xiao Dalei hurriedly took out a communication jade slip and sent it out. Boss, it's done. How should we deal with this guy? Xiao Dalei looked at Xiaoyang excitedly, his fighting spirit high. Ever since he followed Xiaoyang, he even dared to make a move on a 4th stage martial master, and even forced a 4th stage martial master to submit. This was a full harvest, making him satisfied. One had to know that he was only a 2nd stage martial master. Although he did not fight one-on-one, when he returned, it was enough for him to brag about. Tell me, as long as I tell you, you will let me go. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Wang Kaidong hurriedly grabbed Xiao Dalei's trousers and kept shouting. Everyone had the desire to live, and everyone was afraid of death. Xiao Dalei could not be bothered with the other party and directly kicked him away. Although the other party was a 4th stage martial master who was almost crippled and had no strength to fight back. Wang Kaidong, who was kicked away, let out a blood-curdling scream, which made his injuries even worse. He was now extremely annoyed. Why was he so careless back then? He actually allowed someone to take advantage of a loophole, causing him to be ambushed. He felt that he should not have been careless. Thinking back to his arrogance and disbelief when he first arrived here, he blamed himself and regretted it. It was only now that he understood that the Xiao family had used a teleportation array to save Xiao Tianqiong and the others. This made him underestimate the determination of the Xiao family. If it was not for his underestimation and carelessness, how could he not have discovered the enemy who had been hiding in the bushes for a long time? However, it was useless to regret now. Xiaoyang glanced at him and said indifferently, "Bring him along, he might be useful." Chapter 112. Big Mouth, Li responded and hurriedly walked over to carry Wang Kaidong. Wang Kaidong did not dare to struggle. Knowing that he would not die, he heaved a sigh of relief. Next, you will lead the way. If you dare to lead randomly, you better be careful. Xiaoyang's cold gaze fell on Wang Kaidong. Wang Kaidong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He did not dare to resist and hurriedly nodded. He had already leaked the information, so he did not mind adding a little more. Anyway, it was a dead end. However, there was no need to be afraid. Anyway, it was Wang Kaisan who betrayed him first. He used this reason to comfort himself, and his heart felt better. The 3 of them walked according to Wang Kaidong's directions. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, Wang Kaidong said in a lonely voice, "It's the canyon in front." He knew that his value had been used up, but he did not know if the other party would abandon him because of this. Xiaoyang operated his cultivation technique and carefully felt Wang Kaisan's position. He quickly determined the other party's location and also confirmed that Wang Kaidong was not lying. He also heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei. "It's here. You guys be careful. The 2 of you hide here and watch this guy. When I need you to come out, come out. I will go ahead and check out the situation," Xiaoyang said with a dignified expression. No one knew what dangers lay ahead. Even Xiaoyang did not dare to guarantee that he would survive, not to mention the 2 of them who were only 3rd or 4th rank warriors. After all, this place was strong. There were a total of 5 6th rank martial masters. Their fighting strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Not to mention, there was also the 5th elder who was a 7th rank warrior. "Boss, you be careful." Xiao Dalei and Li Dazue also knew the seriousness of the situation. Naturally, they were willing to listen to Xiaoyang's arrangements. They also wanted to fight together with Xiaoyang, but they knew that their cultivation was weak and they were afraid that they would drag Xiaoyang down, so they did not dare to force it. Thinking about it, they were touched that Xiaoyang was risking his life for their father. At the same time, they felt ashamed. If their cultivation was stronger, they might be able to help. If you run into trouble that you can't solve, just retreat. We'll think of another way. As long as we're still here, there will always be a way. Li Dazue looked at Xiao Yang worriedly. Although Xiao Yang was stronger than the two of them, no matter how strong he was only a level 4 martial master. The enemy's lineup was very strong. Any one of them had the strength to crush Xiao Yang. He was also worried that Xiao Yang would be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xiao Yang used his movement technique and quickly left. After advancing a few hundred meters, they saw Xiao Tianqiong and the others. They were all injured, and their cultivation was fluctuating. They were confronting the Wang family's 5th elder and the others. Looking at the situation of both sides, it was obvious that the 5th elder and the others were stronger than the others. Xiao Tianqiong, are you still so stubborn? When you obtained the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, you must have also fought with the guardian demonic beasts. How are you going to fight with us now? The 5th elder released the powerful aura of a level 7 martial master in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Tianqiong and the others. The followers behind him also circulated their cultivation and released the majesty of a powerhouse. Xiao Tianqiong frowned tightly and released a murderous aura. Coupled with the blood on his body, his fierceness increased by a few notches. He was expressionless as he coldly snorted. Wang, why should I give you the spiritual herbs that I worked so hard to obtain? Just because you want to intercept me halfway? Ridiculous. Come and take it if you have the guts. Fight to the death. Li Dalong and the others roared in unison. Their momentum was astonishing. Each of them released an iron-blooded aura. Their expressions were resolute and their courage was strong. They had fought demonic beasts before, and then they had also fought with the Wang family. They had experienced more than a dozen battles, big and small. Because of this, even if they were injured and didn't have much cultivation left, their courage to fight to the death were unparalleled. The Wang family's 5th elder snorted with a gloomy face. He hated Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others to death. These people were so stubborn that they would rather die than give up. It wasn't that he hadn't started a war with them, but after several battles, the other party had insisted on fighting to the death, and they hadn't gained any benefits. This infuriated the Wang family's 5th elder. All right, Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, I originally didn't plan to start a war with the Xiao family, but since you're courting death, then we don't mind starting a war. The Wang family's 5th elder knew that it would be disadvantageous for him if this continued. The Xiao family might send reinforcements at any time, so he wanted to kill Xiao Tianqiong and the others before the Xiao family arrived. Once he started a battle to the death, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the Xiao family. The consequences would be very serious. Originally, he thought that as long as he forced the other party, they would have no choice but to obediently hand over the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Now it seemed that he was naive. He felt that the other party was forcing him to kill. Although they had started several battles before, they didn't want to kill. They didn't want to tear apart the Xiao family for the time being, so the Xiao family members were all injured and didn't die. But this time, the Wang family's 5th elder didn't have time to play with the other party. All members of the Wang family, listen up. Kill them all. Even if the Xiao family wants to hold us accountable, we can completely shirk responsibility. The Wang family's 5th elder's killing intent was intense, and his eyes were bloodshot. He took the lead and charged forward, releasing his strongest aura. The many experts behind him followed suit and launched their attacks. They had held back before because they were worried about the Xiao family's last bit of face, so they didn't kill them. Now that they had the idea of silencing them, they didn't need to hold back anymore. Getting rid of the other party as soon as possible was the right thing to do. They unleashed their cultivation to the extreme, and their auras were astonishing. Their movement techniques were also displayed to the peak, and each step was astonishingly fast. Xiao, Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others were all solemn and under great pressure. They all knew that the other party had completely torn apart the superficial friendship between the two families and had decided to kill them all. The reason why they had chosen to persist before was that they were sure that the Wang family wouldn't dare to kill them and break off their relationship with the Xiao family. Now it seemed that the other party was even bolder than them. Pay attention, the other party has decided to kill them all without holding back. They're completely breaking off their relationship with the Xiao family and starting a war. We can't be cowards. We swear to fight to the death for the Xiao family. Remember, the other party will kill us all. We can't show mercy, or we'll be the ones to die. Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dazue repeatedly emphasized, stimulating the Xiao family members' fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Fight to the death! They shouted and roared. They could also feel the strong killing intent of the enemy. Chapter 113. This battle was much more tragic and cruel than the previous ones. They didn't dare to slack off at all. Both sides brought out the courage to fight to the death, each of them launching a powerful attack. 2 bursts of qi filled the air. Just as they were about to collide, Xiaoyang instantly flew up and floated in the air. He shouted at the people below, "You with the surname Wang, how dare you humiliate my Xiao clan? You are all courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang performed the firmament palm and condensed a majestic mountain peak to suppress it. It was as if there were tens of thousands of mountains. Rumbling sounds echoed, the earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The powerful aura and shock waves swept in all directions, causing everyone to stop and look up. Then they cast a defensive light shield. Damn it, the Xiao family's reinforcements are here. The Wang family's 5th elder cursed with a gloomy face. He was in a terrible mood and his expression was gloomy. The firmament palm's power was comparable to a profound martial technique. Even the Wang family's 5th elder had to be wary of it. "Retreat!" He shouted, then stretched out his hand and slapped in the direction of Xiaoyang. With one slap, the mountain peaks condensed from spiritual energy collapsed and shattered. The Wang family's 5th elder felt that something was wrong. Those who could perform the firmament palm to such an extent were usually powerful people. However, it was too easy for him to break it. He swept his gaze and immediately locked onto Xiaoyang, who was a 4th stage martial master. He was completely relieved. It turned out that although the other party was proficient in martial techniques, his cultivation couldn't keep up. This made the Wang family's 5th elder heave a sigh of relief. However, in order to prevent the Xiao family from having other reinforcements, he didn't dare to advance rashly. He continued to retreat with his people, planning to make a move after seeing the situation clearly. Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dazue's side were all cheering. They had been bitterly defending this place and almost couldn't hold on any longer. There were bound to be deaths in this battle, but they didn't expect the Xiao family to finally come to their aid. They were all moved. The Xiao family is here to help. Brothers, cheer up. We'll make that old bastard of the Wang family suffer later. How dare he bully us? Xiao Tianqiong's aura skyrocketed, and the sound waves were terrifying. Everyone was in high spirits and looked like they were finally saved. One had to know that they were prepared to die just now. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If they died just like that, it would be a pity. Xiaoyang knew that there would be casualties in this battle, so he was forced to stop them head-on. Otherwise, he could have used a roundabout and sneak attacks to eliminate the enemy. Steward Xiao Tianqiong, Steward Li Dalong, and members of the Xiao family, the Xiao family has learned of your situation and specially sent us as the vanguard. The army behind us will arrive soon. Xiaoyang's figure slowly landed in front of the 2 stewards, his expression calm and composed. He waved his hand in a direction, and 2 figures flew over. They were Li Dazue and Xiao Dalai. "Father, how are you? We're here to support you." When Xiao Dalai and Li Dazue saw Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong, they were excited and overjoyed. They hurriedly went up to greet them. When they were in the family, they learned that the situation here had changed and were worried sick. Now that they saw with their own eyes that they were safe and sound, they felt much more relaxed. When Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong saw their son, their emotions surged. Their eyes were filled with gratification and encouragement. At least his filial piety was good. However, their faces quickly darkened. With unkind expressions, they said indifferently, "Why are you here?" Yes, they were a little irritable. This was the front-line battlefield, and they had to face the suffocating and majestic lineup of the Wang family. Even they weren't confident that they could escape unscathed. Now, these brats had come to cause trouble. Weren't they just looking for trouble? Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei said matter-of-factly, "Of course, we're here to support you." Bullsh***T, Xiao Tianqiong cursed, his face full of anger. Li Dalong was also restless and shouted, "Do you know how terrifying the other party's lineup is? You want to help? Let me see. Third or fourth stage martial artists. Very good. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Your confidence has skyrocketed, hasn't it? You're so arrogant just because you've advanced a little. What else can you do other than die? Tell me loudly." Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei's faces were filled with shame and indignation. They had taken things for granted and simplified things. Now that they heard the introduction of the situation, they understood the pressure and seriousness of it. Their cultivations as martial artists were of no use at all. Right now, everyone on the field was at least a rank for martial master. With their little cultivation, they weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. It was no wonder that Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong were angry. These two were their sons, and they were filial sons. How could they not worry when they came here to take the risk? They were just adding to the chaos and burdens. "Let's go. Hurry up and leave this place, lest you lose your lives here." Li Dalong and Xiao Tianqiong made a decision and drove them away. They originally thought that the family had really sent reinforcements, and they were happy for nothing. Now, the situation was even worse. If the family hadn't come, they would rather fight to the death and die without regret. They could be considered martyrs for once. However, since the family had come, they couldn't die happily even if they died. Li Dazue and Xiao Dalei looked a little embarrassed. They didn't want to leave, but judging from the situation, they weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. For a moment, they didn't know what to do and could only look at Xiao Yang anxiously. Xiao Yang naturally knew what they were thinking. He glanced at Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong and said calmly, "Stewards, we're really reinforcements. Just watch and see how we're going to support you." TSK, Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others scoffed. They felt that this junior was too good at bragging. He was so young, yet he dared to say such arrogant words. He was extremely arrogant and self-righteous. Even those who were a generation older than them wouldn't dare to say such words. It was an understanding of the enemy's strength, not a blind death. Xiao Yang did not care about their mockery and disbelief. He was as calm as water as he said faintly, "There are a total of 10 people on the enemy's side. Come, Dalei, hand over the first captive." Xiao Dalei and Li Dazue looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. They nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Soon, they brought back a captive from their original hiding place. It was Wang Kaidong, a 4th stage martial master. They raised their heads and revealed smug expressions. At the very least, this was one of their contributions. "Oh my God, it's actually Wang Kaidong, a 4th stage martial master. How did he get captured?" Li Dalong's face was originally full of disdain. However, after taking a closer look, he recognized Wang Kaidong and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 114. Xiao Tianqiong and the others looked sideways with bewildered expressions. When they looked at Xiao Yang and the other two again, their gazes were filled with admiration. At the same time, they were also a little suspicious. They couldn't figure out how these juniors had captured Wang Kaidong. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. Wang Kaidong felt extremely humiliated being watched by everyone. His face flushed red, and he didn't dare to say a word, especially when the Wang family's fifth elder looked over. Wang Kaidong wanted to die. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. A dignified fourth-stage martial master was captured by a few brats. How humiliating was that? Humph! When the fifth elder of the Wang clan saw this humiliating scene, he couldn't help but coldly snort. His expression was filled with hostility. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were flickering with anger. This was his humiliation, and also the Wang clan's humiliation. Xiao Yang said indifferently, "There are still 9 left." There were a total of 10 people on the enemy's side. Now that one was captured, there was only 1 left. There was no need to calculate or remind them. However, Xiao Yang had spoken arrogantly just now. In order to gain the trust of Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others, he naturally had to remind him. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others were immediately unhappy. Humph, what's so great about that? You just captured the weakest person here. What's there to be proud of? Although they were a little jealous, they couldn't care less about Xiao Yang's domineering and arrogant temperament. One had to know that even though Wang Kaidong's cultivation was weak, they still couldn't capture him. In comparison, they couldn't even compare to Xiao Yang and the other 2 brats. They were also ashamed. Xiao Yang, stop joking around. Put away your arrogance. The captive king has started moving. You are just lucky, that's all. Xiao Tianqiong snorted. Li Dazui was also unhappy with Xiao Yang's arrogance and mocked. Any of the 9 big shots on the enemy's side can crush you at will. You'd better not court death. Hurry up and leave with Dazui and Dalei. What kind of boastful joke was this? How could such a joke be made so casually? It could lead to death. No matter how powerful Xiao Yang was, he was only a level 4 martial master. With such an insignificant cultivation, he would be courting death if he went against the Wang clan's 5th elder and the others. As far as Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong were concerned, even though Xiao Yang didn't know any better, they were his seniors, so they naturally couldn't follow him and cause trouble. Therefore, he hoped that Xiao Yang would leave with their son. Humph, I thought the Xiao family really came to help. So it's just 3 little kids. It's amazing that your Xiao family can continue to do things like this until now. The 5 elders of the Wang family stabilized the morale of the troops and saw the situation clearly. They carefully checked the surroundings and confirmed that the Xiao family's reinforcements this time were only 3 young boys. He was completely relieved, and his expression relaxed a lot. It seemed that the mission of snatching the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb was still promising. Not only did the Wang clan's 5th elder and the others feel that the Xiao family style of doing things was too reckless. Even Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others felt that the Xiao family's arrangement was too reckless. How could they send 3 juniors to their deaths? Xiao Yang didn't care. He sneered and took a step forward. In a flash, he reached 900 feet with each step and stood between the 2 opposing sides. This movement technique instantly shocked many people. At the very least, Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong were shocked. Wang family, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in for a good show. Xiao Yang was only 100 feet away from the Wang family's lineup. He proudly raised his head and coldly stared at the Wang clan's 5th elder and the others as he spoke indifferently. Haha, the Wang clan's 5th elder and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw that a junior like Xiao Yang was so arrogant. A mere 4th-stage martial master dared to threaten them. A group of 6th-stage and 7th-stage martial masters. This wasn't a provocation at all. It was courting death. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, is your Xiao family really such a weirdo? Ha! The Wang clan's 5th elder couldn't help but sneer. This made the faces of Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others turn dark. They felt so embarrassed. Where did Xiao Yang get his confidence from? He didn't know what was important. Didn't he know that the other party could kill him with a casual slap? Just as Xiao Tianqiong was about to use force to bring Xiao Yang back, he saw Xiao Yang raise his hand and point at the Wang clan's 5th elder. He said arrogantly, I'm a weirdo? Huh. Wang Kaisan, why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to kill you? Xiao Yang suddenly let out a roar. As his words fell in the Wang clan's camp, Wang Kaisan suddenly unleashed his cultivation and attacked. He was a 5th-stage martial master. His cultivation wasn't bad, and his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. The person he attacked was Wang Kailin, who was also a 5th-stage martial master. Wang Kailin was caught off guard and immediately suffered a heavy blow. His entire body was sent flying by the majestic force. His body flew upside down in midair, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood sprinkled down from the sky, looking exceptionally tragic and beautiful. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. At the same time, Wang Kaisan immediately turned around and fled, quickly leaving the Wang clan's camp. Wang Kaisan, how dare you attack your own clan? How dare you betray the Wang clan? You have to be prepared to die. The Wang clan's 5th elder and the others came back to their senses and glared at Wang Kaisan. They were about to explode with anger. They didn't expect Wang Kaisan to do such a thing. It was really beyond their expectations. Chase after him! He roared and issued an order. Immediately, a 6th-stage martial master powerhouse chased after him. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to deal with the Xiao family, the Wang clan's 5th elder would have been the first to chase after him. After such a thing happened, the Wang clan's people were all furious, and their killing intent overflowed. Xiao Yang, how dare you? A mere junior dares to scheme against my Wang clan's people. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Wang clan's 5th elder stared at Xiao Yang fiercely, his violent aura firmly locked onto Xiao Yang. Even if Xiao Yang used any method, he wouldn't be able to escape. Xiao Yang didn't care. He smiled faintly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He turned half of his body and looked at Xiao Tianqiong Li Dalong and the others who were in a state of shock. He said proudly, Wang Kailin lost his combat strength, Wang Kaisan escaped, and a 6th-stage martial master left the lineup. Let me ask you, can you do this? Let me ask you, do I have the right to be arrogant? Xiao Tianqiong Li Dalong and the others gasped and swallowed their saliva. This time, they had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yang. They were full of admiration for him. Chapter 115. Yes, they had to admit that they couldn't do what Xiao Yang did. Brother Xiao Yang, you're very good. We were reckless and underestimated you. Everyone listen up. This time, Xiao Yang will be in command. Xiao Yang's destructive power is beyond doubt. You've all seen it, haven't you? Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong spoke in unison, willing to hand over the command to Xiao Yang. It couldn't be helped. Facing the same lineup, not only did they have more people, their cultivation was also high, and their fighting strength was also strong. However, they were constantly being suppressed and bullied. On the other hand, Xiao Yang, who was just a rank 4 martial master, was able to defeat 3 or 4 of them in an instant. This kind of ability and means was definitely not something they could imagine. They had always respected the strong, not to mention Xiao Yang's identity. He was the son of the family's 3rd elder, Xiao Wangu. He was once the number 1 genius in Donglin town. Of course, he was now the number 1 genius of all time. At this rate of growth, the burden of the Xiao family would fall on him sooner or later. It was most appropriate for him to be in command now. We are willing to listen to Brother Xiao Yang's command. The 6 members of the Xiao family spoke one after another, admiring Xiao Yang from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Dalai and Li Dazui were beaming with joy. They were very happy and excited. They grinned and even drooled. They didn't care about their image at all. After being slapped by Xiao Tianqiong, they restrained themselves and pretended to be serious. Xiao Yang was still arrogant and said domineeringly, I said, I'm the reinforcements sent by the family. Just watch. This is an order. Yes, he planned to deal with the Wang family alone. He had never been afraid, let alone timid. This unreasonable order convinced Xiao Tianqiong and the others. No one dared to mock or disdain Xiaoyang anymore. They had all seen how powerful Xiaoyang was. However, they didn't understand how Xiaoyang was going to deal with the Wang family. After all, Xiaoyang was only one person with a weak cultivation. What an arrogant brat! A mere rank 4 martial master dares to challenge me. You're simply courting death. Eat my fist. The 5th elder of the Wang family could no longer tolerate it. With a roar, the terrifying cultivation of a level 7 martial master erupted. As he raised his hand, he gathered a majestic force and blasted it at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's rank 4 martial master cultivation erupted as he immediately used his movement technique. With a speed of 900 feet per step, he left the place in an instant. As soon as his front foot left, there was a violent explosion. There was a huge crater in the place where he had just left. There were cracks around the crater, which were caused by the impact of the vast power. Although Xiaoyang's speed was fast enough, he was still affected by some of the shock waves. He was slightly injured. Sure enough, a level 7 martial master couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't someone a level 4 martial master could withstand. Brother Xiaoyang, do you need our help? Xiao Tianqiong and Li Dalong shouted at Xiaoyang. Just now, they saw the 5th elder of the Wang family attack Xiaoyang, which scared them so much that their faces turned pale. They were all level 6 martial masters and could only resist the 5th elder's attack if they joined forces. However, Xiaoyang, a mere level 4 martial master, dared to provoke the 5th elder of the Wang family. They simply didn't know what to say. No need. I'm enough to deal with an old man from the Wang family. Xiaoyang snorted and said indifferently. He took out a high-grade, profound, level poison pill and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into countless toxins. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been poisoned to death by this poison. However, Xiaoyang wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was born with a poisonous body and relied entirely on poison to break through his cultivation. He immediately circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation and stimulated the poison vein in his body. He kept absorbing and manipulating the poison. His cultivation broke through in an instant from the 4th level martial master to the 5th level martial master. After a while, he broke through to the 6th level martial master. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he broke through another level and reached the 7th level martial master. He exuded the unique majesty of a level 7 martial master. It was sacred, powerful, majestic, and suffocating. Heavens, what did we just see? He broke through 3 levels in a row. Is he still human? This was a breakthrough of a martial master, not a martial disciple. What a monster! Too abnormal. He was simply a natural genius. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others exclaimed in shock. Their faces were full of shock, and they were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Even the strongest person here, the Wang clan's 5th elder, felt his heart beat wildly and his lips trembled. He was the one closest to Xiaoyang, so he could see everything more closely. He could feel Xiaoyang's cultivation break through step by step, rising from the point where he could crush Xiaoyang to the point where he could stand on equal footing with him. This feeling was simply too uncomfortable. No wonder Xiaoyang dared to be so arrogant and dare to face him alone. It turned out that he had such a powerful trump card. The Wang clan's 5th elder's expression was gloomy. When he attacked Xiaoyang just now, he didn't even look at Xiaoyang. He was very disdainful of Xiaoyang. He believed that he could crush Xiaoyang with a wave of his hand. However, now that he felt that Xiaoyang's aura was not inferior to his own, his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. This Xiaoyang was really too abnormal, and also very strange. In the past few decades, he had never seen anyone who could break through 3 ranks consecutively. He wasn't absolutely sure that he could take down Xiaoyang now. Old man, why aren't you saying that I'm arrogant? Huh. After Xiaoyang's cultivation had advanced to the 7th rank martial master, His temper had become much more arrogant, and his confidence had skyrocketed. He once again challenged the Wang clan's fifth elder. He looked at him provocatively with a contemptuous and disdainful expression. Xiao Yang believed that he was invincible in the same realm. He was confident that he could even fight against someone of a higher realm. The Wang clan's fifth elder was a seventh rank martial master. How could he tolerate Xiao Yang's provocation? He shouted and said majestically, "Xiao Yang, you just took a shortcut to increase your cultivation. What's so great about that? You don't even know how to use the power of this realm. How can you fight me? Even if you're a seventh rank martial master, you're still a newcomer. Compared to an experienced person like me, you're just a pile of shit. You talk too much nonsense." Xiao Yang coldly snorted. "Eat my firmament palm." The firmament palm itself was a profound level martial skill. However, no one in the Xiao family had mastered it to the peak, so they mistakenly thought that the firmament palm was inferior. Xiao Yang had already mastered the firmament palm to the peak of the fifth level. In addition, his cultivation had skyrocketed, so the power of the firmament palm had increased by tens of thousands of times. As Xiao Yang attacked, a palm print that covered the sky instantly crushed towards the Wang clan's fifth elder. Chapter 116. The majestic power flowing in the palm print was like a stormy sea, ferocious, overbearing, and incomparably tyrannical. The Wang family's fifth elder's face changed greatly and his heart beat wildly. This firmament palm print was completely different from the one he knew. The one Xiao Yang used was even more overbearing and terrifying. Giant technique. The Wang family's fifth elder felt the terrifying pressure of the firmament palm print and smelled danger from it. He had no choice but to use his strongest killing move, which was also his strongest trump card, the giant technique. As his hands quickly formed a seal and his mouth uttered an incantation, his body suddenly expanded and turned into a giant hundreds of feet tall, full of infinite power. He glanced at the 100-meter-long palm print that was crashing down on him. With a roar, he immediately punched at the palm print. His fist was over 30 meters in size, and the power it contained was even more extraordinary. Bang! After a collision, there was a violent sound. He staggered back a few steps, each step taking him 10 feet away. In addition, he was now a giant, so every time he stepped on the ground would shake and dust would rise. 1,000 poisonous hands. Xiao Yang did not give the opponent a chance to breathe at all. With a roar, he used the 1,000 poisonous hands with the cultivation of a 7th level martial master. A palm imbued with poison flew towards the Wang clan's fifth elder. In an instant, the palm imprint landed on his body. The power comparable to a profound level martial skill hit the Wang family's fifth elder, forcing him to retreat again and again. The place where the palm was hit was pitch black, and the black poison spread wildly. The Wang family's fifth elder was frightened out of his wits. His 100 feet tall body kept retreating. In the end, he could no longer maintain the giant technique, and his whole body returned to its original state. After returning to his 7 feet tall body, the Wang family's fifth elder's face was pitch black and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked down and saw a 5-fingered palm print on his chest. The poison in his body was spreading wildly. He was shocked and hurriedly operated his cultivation in an attempt to control the spread of the poison and drive it out. However, Xiao Yang still did not give him a chance. Universal Mirror. Xiao Yang shouted and took out the Earth-grade magic treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mirror. As he poured his cultivation base into it, the aura released by the Heaven and Earth Mirror became thousands of times more terrifying than before. Previously, Xiao Yang's cultivation was too weak, so he was unable to truly unleash the might of the Heaven and Earth Mirror. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the martial master realm, when he used the Heaven and Earth Mirror, he could unleash most of its power. Whoosh! An intense beam of light shot out from the universal mirror. The fifth elder of the Wang family couldn't even dodge. He could only watch as the extremely fast light hit him instantly. His face was filled with fear and despair. Bang! A large hole was blasted open in his chest. His bones were shattered, and his flesh was badly mangled. Large amounts of blood flowed out from within. Subsequently, his vision turned black as he fell stiffly onto the ground. His entire body was stiff, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This heaven and earth mirror is quite handy. Xiaoyang was very satisfied and praised. Then he stepped out and instantly arrived beside the fifth elder of the Wang family. He checked the other party's aura and found that he was on the verge of death. There was not much cultivation left in his body. "You're really impatient to fight with me," Xiaoyang muttered. He waved his hand and directly threw the fifth elder of the Wang family in front of Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others. Xiao Tianqiong and the others were overjoyed. They hurriedly restrained the fifth elder of the Wang family and even used their own cultivation base to help him heal. A living captive of the Wang family was much more useful than a dead one. Their admiration for Xiaoyang was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. Just as Xiaoyang said, they were here to help, not to be a burden. "Let's go." The remaining members of the Wang family were already pale with fear. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. Seeing Xiaoyang's mocking gaze, they all took a step back, their eyes filled with fear. Even the fifth elder of the Wang family was no match for Xiaoyang. Who else could be a match for Xiaoyang? He was a seventh order martial master. Didn't they see that the strongest here were beaten to a pulp? They comforted themselves and told themselves that they had to stay alive and pass the news back to their families so that they could treat Xiaoyang seriously. This Xiaoyang was too strange and too terrifying. He was actually able to break through 3 levels consecutively. With such shocking talent, wouldn't the world belong to him in the future? "You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission?" Xiaoyang roared. He activated his cultivation in an instant and took a step forward. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Wang family, blocking their way. This made several members of the Wang family stare angrily. They roared and shouted, "Xiaoyang, do you really think you can do whatever you want? We have 4 sixth order martial masters and 1 fifth order martial master. Even our saliva can drown you." "That's right, Xiaoyang. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. We'll mind our own business. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death and perish together. No one will benefit. Could it be that you want the Xiao family to start a war with the Wang family? How dare you stop us?" One by one, the members of the Wang family fired at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered and looked at them with contempt. What else could they do other than roar to hide the panic in their hearts? Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others couldn't hold it in any longer. They had been bullied miserably before, but now they could finally speak with their chests held high. "Wang, didn't you come here with the idea of starting a war between the 2 families? Why did you change your mind now? Where did your arrogance go?" Li Dalong and the others roared with laughter. Their faces were full of mockery and disdain. "Wang, come. Let's fight another 300 rounds until dawn. Those who run away are cowards. You've torn apart the pretense of friendship between the 2 families, and now you want to mend it? Stop joking, okay?" Xiao Tianqiong and the others walked up and approached Xiaoyang. Xiao Dalei and Li Dazue were eager to give it a try. They said excitedly, "Boss, let's go and kill them." Their spirits were lifted, and their fighting spirit surged. They were ready to make a move. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Xiao Tianqiong and the others, then said firmly, "I still say the same thing. I'm here to help. Leave these people to me. Didn't they think that I can't defeat them alone? Then I'll show them how powerful I am." Xiaoyang raised his head and puffed out his chest, staring sharply at the members of the Wang family. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others wanted to say something, but hesitated. In fact, The Wang family was not the only one who looked down on Xiaoyang. Even they did not fully trust Xiaoyang. After all, the other party had the advantage in numbers and was not easy to deal with. However, in order to protect Xiaoyang's face, they kept quiet. Xiaoyang had repeatedly created miracles, so they were also looking forward to it. Chapter 117. Well, since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you how to behave. Xiao Tinxiong, Li Dalong, you all heard that. Xiaoyang thinks too highly of himself and doesn't want your help. Don't interfere. The Wang family members' faces were gloomy. They circulated their cultivation and stared at Xiaoyang fiercely. They wanted to teach Xiaoyang a lesson so that Xiaoyang wouldn't look down on them. In their opinion, it didn't matter if the other party was a 7th-stage martial master. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, and their cultivation wasn't weak. They might have a chance to take down the other party. After they shouted fiercely, they displayed their strongest martial skills and attacked Xiaoyang. Although their cultivation realms were not as high as Xiaoyang's, they were still level 6 martial masters. The martial skills they used were not too bad. At the very least, they were profound level martial skills. Their power was not bad, and their fighting strength was shocking. Muffled booms reverberated in the air as waves of terrifying auras erupted from their bodies. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the earth trembled with endless rumbling sounds. Humph! How dare a grain of rice challenge the light of the moon? You're courting death. Xiaoyang was expressionless, and his eyes were as calm as water. Facing the attacks of so many experts, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was indifferent and had an extraordinary temperament. With a flip of his hand, he immediately took out the Earth Stage magic treasure, the Universal Mirror. After injecting his cultivation, the Universal Mirror immediately expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet in size and was flowing with a dark green light. Universal Mirror. Reverse the universe. Xiaoyang made a series of hand seals and manipulated the Universal Mirror to erupt with power. Boom, boom, boom. The impact reverberated in the air. The martial skills of the 5 people from the Wang family all landed on the Universal Mirror. The mirror didn't fluctuate at all. Instead, as the enemy's attack power increased, the aura of the magic treasure he released became more terrifying. Buzz. The Universal Mirror buzzed after withstanding a wave of the opponent's attack. Then, rays of martial skills were reflected back to the original owner. Ah, what kind of magic treasure is this? Ah, run. Oh my god. 5 powerful martial skills attacking at the same time. This is the rhythm of death. The 5 Wang clan experts were so scared that their scalps went numb. They all used their movement techniques and quickly retreated. They were all experts of the Wang clan, and it wasn't as if they hadn't exchanged pointers before. They were all fearful of each other's martial skills. Now that a total of 5 martial skills were blasting towards them, they were almost scared out of their wits. Even the thought of blocking and defending was shattered. Bang! Boom! A series of explosions rang out as those powerful martial skills bombarded the place where they were originally standing, releasing wave after wave of shock waves. Ah! My foot! My hand! Damn it, I can't see. What are you all talking about? I can't hear you. The 5 members of the Wang family let out miserable cries and howls. They were all affected by the explosion and were all injured. Their faces were pale, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans appeared on their foreheads. Their clothes were torn to shreds, and a lot of dust and dirt were stuck to their bodies. It was a tragic sight. Damn, this Xiaoyang's combat strength is too fierce. It's his magic treasure, the Universal Mirror, that's powerful. It's an Earth-grade magic treasure. No wonder it has such power. It turns out that he can really take care of these enemies alone. To think that we underestimated him. Shame on us. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others gasped with shock on their faces. They admired Xiaoyang so much that they wanted to prostrate themselves before him. Xiao Dalei and Li Dazue were proud of this. They raised their heads and grinned with joy. Their boss was indeed the boss. He was so powerful that they could also bask in his glory. I haven't warmed up yet, and you've already fallen. How boring. With a leap, Xiaoyang arrived in front of his defeated opponents and looked down at them from above. His expression was full of disdain as he mocked them. He raised his hand and grabbed at them. As his cultivation erupted, a huge suction force was generated, and he directly took all kinds of cultivation resources from them. Bastard, that's my magic treasure. That's the pill I used to break through. Heavens, that's the medicinal herb I didn't have time to use. A few of the Wang family members who were seriously injured cursed at Xiaoyang. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. It was not easy for them to accumulate some cultivation resources. This time, when they agreed to come out with the Wang family's fifth elder, they only received a superior grade, yellow grade pill. Now, all of them were taken away by Xiaoyang. Just thinking about it made them feel wronged and very unwilling. However, other than wailing and cursing, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and glanced at them fiercely. He shouted, "I'm giving you face by taking your things. Don't you want face? You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped them. A clear and crisp sound was heard. One of the Wang family members had a clear palm print on his cheek. His cheek was burning with pain as he touched his cheek in grievance. Under the pain and humiliation, he originally wanted to curse, but when he felt the cold, killing intent from Xiaoyang's body, he immediately stopped and did not dare to move. Humph! Anyone who dares to clamor, step forward. Xiaoyang was extremely dignified. His powerful aura enveloped the area, causing one's heart to tremble. One by one, the Wang family members admitted defeat. They lowered their heads and silently endured the humiliation. Even the Wang family's fifth elder, who was a seventh-stage martial master, was dead or alive. What could they, who were only sixth-stage martial masters, do? Boss's mighty long-live boss. Xiao Dalai chuckled and cheered for Xiaoyang. Li Dazue was also beaming with joy. He walked up and asked, "Boss, how should we deal with these thieves?" "Take them all under control and bring them back to the family. Remember, seal their cultivation so that they won't cause trouble," Xiaoyang ordered indifferently. These words were directed at Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others. All the powerful enemies here had been dealt with by him. Of course, it was suitable for them to deal with the aftermath. They could also get some credit for it. Li Dalong and the others were naturally very happy. Their eyes were shining with excitement. They had been bullied by the Wang family members. If Xiaoyang hadn't rushed over at the last minute, they would probably have died here. This was simply a life-and-death hatred. Therefore, they would definitely seize this opportunity to take the enemy into custody. They could also take the opportunity to slap the enemy's face. As for the credit and rewards, they could ignore it. The most important thing was still face and to vent their anger. After Xiao Tianqiong responded, he immediately took action. The first thing he did was to capture the half-dead fifth elder of the Wang family. After sealing his cultivation, he casually gave him a few slaps. The fifth elder of the Wang family saw stars and felt dizzy. His cheeks were burning with pain. Chapter 118. Xiao Tianqiong felt a burst of comfort in his heart and laughed heartily. He could finally hold his head high and vent the resentment and grievance in his heart. Because his cultivation was inferior to the Wang family's fifth elder, he had been suppressed, bullied, and humiliated by the other party. He originally thought that he wouldn't have the chance to return to the family this time and was thinking that he would die here. However, who would have thought that the monstrous Xiaoyang would jump out and turn the situation around? He could also flaunt his prowess and intimidate others. "Old thief, do you know pain now? Do you know shame? Humph, I'll make you suffer along the way." Xiao Tianqiong's smug face did not arouse any hatred. Instead, it made the group of Xiao family members feel relieved. They followed suit and grabbed the members of the Wang family one after another, ruthlessly humiliating them. Scolding them wasn't enough, so they even greeted them with their hands and feet. They felt refreshed, but the members of the Wang family were miserable. "Let's go, don't pretend to be dead. Follow me back to the Shao family," Li Dalong bellowed. He kicked the other party and escorted him back. Many of the escorted Wang family members were angry but did not dare to speak. They could only glare fiercely at the Shao family. After being slapped a few times, they did not even dare to glare and could only curse in their hearts. "Let's go, we can eat and drink when we return to the family," Xiao Dalai and Li Dazui shouted. They followed behind Xiaoyang and led the people behind them. It was a pity that the teleportation array was a one-way teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be much faster to teleport back. Xiaoyang felt that it was a pity. After walking for a while, they had already walked out of the edge of the demonic beast forest and saw two people chasing and fighting in front of them. It was Wang Kaisin, who had escaped earlier, and a sixth-stage martial master from the Wang family, named Wang Kaishan. Judging from the situation of the two of them, Wang Kaisin's situation was not optimistic. During this period of time, under Wang Kaishan's pursuit, he definitely had not had a good time. His body was covered in wounds and scars. It was a ghastly sight. Wang Kaishan's situation was much worse. After all, his cultivation was one level higher than the other party. If not for the fact that Wang Kaisin had been trying to find a way to escape, he would have killed him with a single palm strike. "Wang Kaisin, you heinous traitor! You actually dared to betray the Wang clan, and even dared to harm Wang Kailan of the Wang clan. Don't you want to pay with your life?" Wang Kaishan was so angry that he let loose a torrent of abuse. He hated this kind of treacherous villain all his life. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. Even ants want to live. "Wang Kaishan, why do you have to be so overbearing? Can't you just let me live?" Wang Kaisin said matter-of-factly. If it wasn't for survival, how could he have betrayed the Wang clan? If it wasn't for survival, how could he have fled all the way and lived such a miserable life? Dream on. Let me tell you, I will kill you with my own hands. Why don't you accept your death? Wang Kaishan was so angry that he couldn't get any angrier. After a roar, he immediately launched a martial arts attack at his opponent. Wang Kaisin's expression was gloomy. Once again, he used his movement technique to the extreme and instantly left the range of the bombardment. He seemed to be in such a sorry state. Even his breathing was a little hurried, and his face was pale. He had been chased all the way until now, so he didn't have much cultivation left. It was unknown whether he could persist. "Wang Kaishan, aren't you very capable? Look back!" Wang Kaisin shouted and pointed at Xiaoyang and the others. Wang Kaishan didn't believe him at all. He snorted and said, "Wang Kaisin, do you think it's fun to keep playing this game? I've been fooled once. Do you think I'll be fooled again? Do I look like a fool to you?" Wang Kaisin was simply furious. This damn Wang Kaishan, he didn't believe him. What a bastard. He simply shouted in the direction of Xiaoyang. "Brother Xiaoyang, I've already betrayed the Wang clan. The Wang clan views me as an enemy. I can't go back. Look, I've already helped you and paid a huge price. Shouldn't you help me too? Help me to stop him and let me go." Xiaoyang chuckled and waved his hand. "I'm a man of my word. Leave this person to me." He performed his movement technique. With one step, his figure landed in front of Wang Kaishan. He sneered and said, "Wang Kaishan, right? You've heard it. Wang Kaisin is under my protection. You can choose to attack me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you. Look at what happened to your clansmen." Xiaoyang touched his nose embarrassedly and pointed at the Wang clan's fifth elder and the others. Wang Kaishan looked in the direction of his finger and saw the miserable state of the Wang clan's fifth elder and the others. They were all escorted and couldn't move. They were humiliated and tortured. He was instantly enraged. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his expression was ferocious as he shouted himself hoarse. "Damn it! Trash, like you actually dared to humiliate them like this. I will not live under the same sky as you, and will not rest until one of us is dead. Those people were his clansmen, and several of them had grown up with him. How could he remain calm when he saw his brothers being tortured like this? Wang Kaisan was also shocked. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He took the opportunity to quickly leave the place. His departure naturally attracted Wang Kaisan's attention, but he did not chase after him. His focus at the moment was to save the Wang clan's people. Fifth Elder, are you okay? Wang Kaishan shouted at the Wang clan's people who were being escorted. He looked anxious and his eyes were full of worry. He did not expect that they would end up like this after coming here valiantly. It was simply unimaginable. One had to know that just a few hours ago they had been suppressing the Shao clan, humiliating and bullying them. What on earth had happened? How could such an unforeseen event have occurred? Kaishan, hurry up and run. Get lost as far as you can. Go back and report to the clan. Hurry. The Wang clan's fifth elder was also a little excited to see Wang Kaishan. Finally, one of them was not captured. He immediately roared. Slap. Shao Tianqiong slapped him on the cheek again. Shut up. You talk too much. Shao Tianqiong berated the Wang clan's fifth elder. The Wang clan's fifth elder was furious and could not help but feel humiliated. He glared at Shao Tianqiong and was slapped again. Wang Kaishan saw this humiliating scene and gritted his teeth. He roared, Shao Tianqiong, how dare you humiliate my clan's elder? You're courting death. He did not see the scene of Shao Yang's outburst. His understanding was still at the time when he suppressed the Shao family. Therefore, in his opinion, the Shao family was nothing to worry about and was no match for him at all. He immediately rushed towards Xiaoyang at an astonishing speed. From his point of view, Xiaoyang was just a young brat. His cultivation level was definitely weak and could not be compared to his own. As long as he could capture Xiaoyang, he could use him as a hostage. Chapter 119. Brat, you dare to stand up for Wang Kaisan and stop me? I'll teach you a lesson. Wang Kaishan roared. His cultivation suddenly erupted and his movement technique was displayed to the extreme. His powerful aura firmly locked onto Xiaoyang. Among so many people, Xiaoyang was the closest to him. It was also Xiaoyang who had instigated Wang Kaisan's betrayal. Therefore, he hated Xiaoyang to the bone. If he didn't make an example out of Xiaoyang, who else would be suitable to make an example out of? Don't, you brat. You're simply infuriating this elder. Hurry up and retreat. Although the Wang family's fifth elder had been slapped a few times, he was furious when he saw Wang Kaishan still attacking recklessly. He was so angry that he shouted at Wang Kaishan. Unsurprisingly, he was once again humiliated and beaten up by Shao Tianqiong. Xiao Yang coldly stared at Wang Kaishan, who was charging at him. His expression was contemptuous, and his eyes were full of contempt. He could deal with this kind of trash with a single slap. What qualifications did the other party have to fight with him? Then let's see who's the one who's going to suffer. Xiao Yang sneered and suddenly released the pressure of a 7th-level martial master. The release of this aura caused Wang Kaishan's speed to slow down. At that moment, he felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, forcing him to slow down. It was also at this moment that he completely understood Xiao Yang's cultivation realm. It turned out that he was a 7th-level martial master. This shocked him greatly, and his expression was full of disbelief. How old was Xiaoyang? He was 1 generation younger than him, but his cultivation was 1 level higher than his. How was this possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Kaishan wouldn't have believed it. He sucked in a breath of cold air and tried to stabilize his emotions. He nervously looked at Xiaoyang, his expression becoming vigilant and uneasy. Wang Kaishan clearly remembered that when he first saw Xiaoyang, this Xiaoyang was only a rank 4 martial master. In just a short period of time, the other party had advanced by 3 ranks. This was simply unimaginable. It was also at this moment that he finally understood. No wonder even the fifth elder of the Wang clan and the others were captured. It was Xiaoyang, this insane existence. After thinking through these problems, Wang Kaishan calmed down. Suddenly, Wang Kaishan felt a sense of panic, and his courage instantly decreased by 50%. He no longer dared to attack Xiaoyang. No wonder the Wang clan's fifth elder reminded him to leave despite being humiliated twice. Elder, I'll go back and get reinforcements. Wait for me. Wang Kaishan was still ferociously charging towards Xiaoyang, but he immediately retreated and fled far away. His figure flickered a few times and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. His speed was incredible. He was the fastest among all the members of the Wang clan. He was also good at speed cultivation methods. Otherwise, the fifth elder of the Wang clan would not have let him chase after Wang Kaisan. You're fast. Xiaoyang snorted with a gloomy face. If he wanted to chase, he would definitely be able to catch up. However, it was not appropriate to disperse his forces now. Xiao family could build a teleportation formation in this area. So could the Wang clan. If the Wang clan's reinforcements came at this time, their gains would not make up for their losses. Let's go and return to the clan as soon as possible. Xiaoyang shouted and took the lead, leading them back to where they came from. A day passed. Xiaoyang and the others successfully returned to the clan, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't relax along the way, for fear that the Wang clan would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. We're home. Hand them over to the law enforcement hall, and you can rest. Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others were very happy. In front of them stood the 4 big shots of the clan. They were Patriarch Xiao Wanyan, First Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder Xiao Wangu. Except for Patriarch Xiao Wanyan, the 3 elders were very excited. They looked at Xiaoyang and the others with gratification and admiration in their eyes. They all knew what happened in the demonic beast forest. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Xiao Tianqiong and the others had persevered with their lives, and Xiaoyang had led people to rescue them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In any case, Xiaoyang, Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others were all people who had made great contributions. They should be heavily rewarded now. However, they were only elders, so they could only signal with their eyes. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was standing here, so he should be the one to welcome the triumphant return of the warriors. This was a matter of etiquette in a big clan. However, there seemed to be something wrong with Patriarch Xiao Wanyan. They didn't know if it was a psychological problem. He stared blankly for a long time, unable to say a single exaggerated word. The great elder couldn't help but frown, reminding him, calmly saying, Patriarch, at this time they should be given recognition and encouragement for their contributions. Rewards will be indispensable. Ever since Xiao Wanyan took the position of Patriarch, the things he had done had provoked criticism. Many people didn't like him. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan heard the reminder and said indifferently, Oh, they're all back. If they're back, then they're back. Go, release the people of the Wang family. His face was cold and unfriendly, and his body emitted a chilling aura as if he had a deep hatred for Xiaoyang, Li Dalong, and the others. Lord Patriarch, we can't release these captives. Not only did they want to rob us, but they also wanted to kill us all. They didn't hesitate to start a war between the 2 clans. Fortunately, Xiaoyang and the others came to our rescue, so we were able to capture them by the skin of our teeth. How can we let them go so easily? Xiao Tianqiong immediately retorted, resolutely disagreeing with Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's decision. At the same time, Li Dalong and the others also took 2 steps forward and stood side by side with Xiao Tianqiong. We second the motion. We can't release the Wang family's thieves. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's face immediately darkened. With a gloomy face, he released the authority of a patriarch and glared at them. Impudent! Are you the patriarch, or am I the patriarch? Have you figured out who you are? Carry out the order. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Tianqiong, Li Dalong, and the others were incomparably disappointed. Xiao, Dalei, and Li Dazui's faces were full of anger as they stared fiercely at Xiao Wanyan. This was because they knew better about Xiao Wanyan's despicable and biased behavior, especially when it came to the clan's tournament. They had long been resentful and dissatisfied with this. This time, this dissatisfaction had accumulated to the peak. One had to know that they were meritorious officials, great meritorious officials. They had gone through untold hardships to escape from death and finally completed the mission. They returned to the clan with fear and trepidation all the way. They thought that they could sing praises and have a drink at the meeting, but they didn't expect such a disappointing ending. At this moment, the Wang family's fifth elder laughed wildly and added insult to injury. "Did you hear that? Xiao Tianqiong, hurry up and let us go. Do you want to cause a war between the two clans? Can you bear the consequences?" Chapter 120. Xiao Wanyan snorted coldly and looked at Xiao Tianqiong and the others in displeasure. His gaze was piercing and domineering, and he did not allow anyone to refuse. Li Dalong and the others felt extremely wronged. When they were fighting, the Wang family did not hesitate to start a war between the two families to annihilate them. They had finally captured them with great difficulty. Why would they let them go? Because they were afraid of a war between the two families. If that was the case, wouldn't the Wang family always have an absolute advantage? Xiao Yang had once entered the family's boundless cave and met the Xiao family's patriarch and the pavilion master of the poisonous medicine pavilion. According to the two big shots, they were waiting for the two families to start a war and lure out all the enemy forces before annihilating them in one fell swoop. They did not seem to be afraid of trouble at all. After knowing their strategy, Xiao Yang stepped forward and said coldly, "Lord Patriarch, these people wanted to kill us. The injuries on our bodies were caused by them. Regardless of reason, they should be punished, and let them know that the Xiao family is not to be bullied. This matter should be handed over to the law enforcement hall to handle." Xiao Feilai of the law enforcement hall was already waiting here. He glanced at Xiao Yang and felt that Xiao Yang's temper was very good. He had always been impartial in enforcing the law, whether it was towards his own people or others. Previously, when he punished Xiao Zhongqin at the poisonous medicine pavilion, Xiao Zhongqin confessed. From then on, he became interested in Xiao Yang. He did not expect that when they met again, the other party was already a 7th stage martial master and the benefactor who saved Xiao Tianqiong and the others. He immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Lord Patriarch, elders, according to the procedure, these Wang family members should be handed over to the law enforcement hall." Clan leader Xiao Wanyan was instantly enraged. He roared hysterically, "Who is the clan leader? Does this patriarch's words still hold any weight? Let me tell you, my words are orders." Everyone fell silent. After waiting for a while, the first elder stepped forward and frowned. He glanced at Xiao Wanyan unhappily and said indifferently, "I agree with Xiao Feilai of the law enforcement hall." The second elder then stood up and said, seconded, "That should be the case." Third elder Xiao Wangu said calmly, "In Donglin town, the Xiao family was the biggest family. Even the Lin family was supported by the Xiao family. How could the Wang family compete with the Xiao family? Talk about starting a war? What a joke. The majestic Xiao clan was least afraid of war. They had always been this courageous. Are you going to rebel?" Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was instantly enraged. His hair stood on end as he flew into a rage. He shouted himself hoarse. "I'm telling you, this is my family and I'm the patriarch. I have the final say in everything. If I say let them go, they have to be let go." This infuriated everyone present. The first elder's expression was ferocious and furious. He glared at Patriarch Xiao Wanyan and shouted, "Xiao Wanyan, listen to me. This family does not belong to you alone. It belongs to all of us. Xiao Feilai, listen to my orders now. Lock up these captives. Without my orders, no one is allowed to move." He turned around and looked angrily at Xiao Feilai as he ordered. "Yes, first elder." Xiao Feilai cupped his fists and responded with a serious expression. He then waved his hand and took the Wang family's fifth elder and the others away. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan was furious. His hair stood on end as he widened his eyes. He angrily stretched out his hand and pointed at the first elder with a trembling finger. He snorted angrily and said, "First elder, you're looking down on me. You're betraying the family. This is the behavior of a villain. Do you know that? Who gave you the permission to act so recklessly?" It was no wonder that he was so angry. He was, after all, the patriarch of the Xiao family. His words were orders. However, a mere elder dared to disobey his orders. How could he not be angry? Not to mention that the first elder had disobeyed him in front of everyone. Where was his dignity? Where was his dignity? Where was his dignity? This was a public challenge to his authority. How could he tolerate this? He released his cultivation as a level 9 martial master and released a powerful aura. His aura firmly locked onto the first elder. The first elder was not afraid at all. He snorted and stared coldly at Patriarch Xiao Wanyan. He shouted, "Old thing, if you want to make a move, then hurry up. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He was clearly going against Patriarch Xiao Wanyan. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's breathing became hurried. The flesh on his face trembled a few times. He was so angry that his boundless anger almost burned his body and mind. He endured and endured, suppressing his anger. In the end, he did not make a move against the first elder. He turned around and looked at Xiao Feilai. With a gloomy face, he snorted and said, "Xiao Feilai, do you listen to him or me?" Xiao Feilai had been unhappy with Patriarch Xiao Wanyan for a long time. However, due to the difference in status between the two, he could not refute Patriarch Xiao Wanyan like the first elder did. He lowered his head and said with a sullen face, "I, Xiao Feilai, am the Xiao Feilai of the Law Enforcement Hall. I am the Xiao Feilai of the Xiao family. Naturally, I will listen to the orders of the Xiao family." This sentence was a little vague. This was the answer of a jack of all trades. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's expression eased a little. He thought that this was the other party's way of compromising. "Very good. You're very sensible. Now let him go." Patriarch Xiao Wanyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Feilai through the slits of his eyes. He gave the order. However, Xiao Feilai had no intention of letting him go. Instead, he stood there like a block of wood, not moving an inch. "Even you dare to disobey my orders? Do you want to die?" Patriarch Xiao Wanyan's face was gloomy again. His temperament was cold and filled with killing intent as he locked onto Xiao Feilai. "Old man, what are you trying to do? Are you going to bully a junior?" The third elder, Xiao Wangu, also took a step forward and released his powerful aura to confront the Patriarch Xiao Wanyan. The second elder also stepped forward and stood side by side with the third elder. He also released his own powerful aura to confront the clan leader Xiao Wanyan. At the same time, Li Dalong, Xiao Dalai, and the others all stepped forward to confront Xiao Wanyan. Xiao Wanyan had reached the point where everyone had betrayed him. His face was ashen and his murderous aura was thick. He looked at them with hatred in his eyes and did not say a word. At this point, he did not need to say anything. Good, good, good. Since you are so strong, I will let you manage the Xiao family." He was so angry that he turned around and left. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him," the first elder instructed Xiao Feilai. Xiao Feilai responded and took him away. Seeing that they were unwilling to leave, he even kicked them.